Hello, hello, everybody. Hello. Tap that screen. Help out with the live goal. Do all the good things. Appreciate you guys being here. What we got here? I've got for you guys. Okay, we'll do this here. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you guys being here. Keep tapping that screen. We're going to get started here shortly. We'll start taking calls shortly. Welcome in, guys. Tap that screen. How about the live goal? And like I said, we'll start grabbing people here soon. I have been all over TikTok today. This is true. Oh, Ash, thank you for the $1 super chat over there. Appreciate that, friend. Thank you. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
39 and Florida.
Okay. Why do you still support Donald Trump?
I think he continues to do good things. I like his accomplishments, and I agree with the ideology behind what he does. I'm a Republican, so that's how I voted, and I support him.
Okay. But why do you still support him now?
Well, I think he's because he's done good things. I think usually past results are a good predictor of future results.
They're definitely not. But I mean, as of terms of like what he's doing
Really?
right. Yeah, no, generally not. What he's doing right now, and I mean, if you want to talk about past results being a predictor of future results, you wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump. But in terms of if you want to go that route, that's fine. Totally cool, man. But if we're gonna go that route, what is he doing right now that's good?
Well, I think he's leading through strength. I think he's not allowing this Iranian regime to settle in the wrong way. I think it's been an issue for the country for a long time, and he's willing to actually expend political capital to get it done. And I like peace through strength. I think it's a good foreign policy.
So you like the fact that Donald Trump lied to you?
Well, things happen in presidencies. That's one thing that Bill Clinton talked about a lot. Is that
Well,
you
hang
can't
on
really
before we talk
the
about any
events that
other.
are
Hold on,
unfolding.
wait one second, man. Before we talk about any other president, what
Mhm.
happened since the election that would have changed what Donald Trump did with Iran?
Say that again.
You said things change. Well, what changed since Donald Trump became president that would have made it necessary for us to go to war with Iran?
I think the nuclear weapons and the supporting of terrorist organizations continuing, and I
Well,
think it kind of reached a head.
so it's
Excuse
interesting
me.
you say that because the thing with nuclear weapons is that they didn't have any. The director of national intelligence, the director of counterterrorism, and Donald Trump himself all said that as of June of 2025, Iran's nuclear program was completely obliterated. And on March 18th of 2026, which was 3 weeks after the war had started, Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, said verbatim in front of the Senate Intelligence Committee under penalty of perjury that Operation Midnight Hammer, which was in June of 2025, that operation completely obliterated Iran's nuclear program, and they had not rebuilt it. So the idea that we needed to go to war with them in any capacity to stop them from getting a nuclear weapon is just wrong. It's a lie.
They still want it. They're the same assholes.
It doesn't. It
and they
doesn't.
still
It
want
does. Still doesn't. It's still that what you've just said though is not true. So the idea that we
They
would
haven't
go
learned their
to
lesson.
so I'm so sorry. What now?
I said they haven't learned their lesson. They
No, and
did
so
get
now,
the lesson learned.
what's happened is now what we've done is we've given them every single incentive to go ahead and absolutely create a nuclear weapon now. There's absolutely going to be no stopping them, and I'm sure that other countries are probably going to help them get a nuclear weapon now because we've absolutely ensured by ripping up the JCPOA, which was one of the dumbest things that any president has ever done. That's number one. Then number two, trying to negotiate with them to get the terms back of the JCPOA, and then breaking off those negotiations literally in the middle and then starting to bomb Iran, which is one of the dumbest things that anyone could have ever done. That's why Reagan didn't do it. That's why Bush Sr. didn't do it. That's why Clinton didn't do it. That's why George W. Bush didn't do it. That's why Barack Obama didn't do it. That's why Biden didn't do it. And that's why every single military advisor in Donald Trump's first administration, his first term as president, that's why they all convinced him not to do it then, is because every single politician, every single general, every single military person in our entire country in the last 50 years has known that that was a terrible idea and the consequences would be dire and terrible for both our security, for the world, for our economy. And Donald Trump just did it anyways. And so now we're fucked, for sure.
They've always been a problem for us. They've hated us for forever since we
Why do they hate
propped
us?
up Israel.
No, it's not because we propped up Israel necessarily. It's what was the main thing that we did to Iran that made them really hate us from the get-go?
I don't know.
You don't know?
What are you thinking?
No,
Well,
it's
I
not.
don't know
It's
what
not
you're
what I'm.
thinking.
It's not what I'm
I
thinking.
think
It's the.
supporting
It is.
Israel is
It's what
probably the
literally.
biggest thing.
It's not. It's absolutely not. And in fact, the
Really?
biggest. Nope. You want to know? In fact, the fact that you don't know the biggest thing is a little surprising. But okay. Would you like me to
I
explain?
might, but I
Then
don't
what is
know.
it?
I
Then what
might
is it?
know it,
Okay. What is it?
but I don't know. I don't know how you're framing it.
What's
We're
the?
having a conversation.
I'm not.
Why don't you provide it?
I'm not framing anything. What's the history of Iran?
I don't. They're Persian.
Dude,
They
you can
were,
just say,
it's
listen,
an
man, it's
ancient
real simple.
civilization.
Instead of trying to couch around it and just like kind of like dance around, you could just say, I don't know what we did to them. You can just say that. It's okay. It's okay to not know something. You
Well,
can just say
I
it.
did, and then you're kind of like beating it to death.
You
like,
did?
Just tell
No,
me.
you didn't. No, you didn't know any. You could just say you said you thought it was Israel. The answer isn't Israel.
I don't have the comprehensive history of Iran in front of me.
It's
like
not
you
a
do,
comprehensive history of Iran. There's one thing that the United States did to Iran. It's real simple. And the thing that we did was in 1953, we got rid of their leader along with the UK and with BP, with British Petroleum, because their leader was going to nationalize their oil. We got rid of their leader, their democratically elected leader, the United States, along with some delightful meddling from the UK as well. They have some culpability here too because of British Petroleum. But we did it along with them, and we installed the Shah. Do you know who the Shah was?
Shah was the royal family of Iran.
That's right. And then what happened in 1979?
I think the Ayatollah got into power. They overthrew the Shah.
And why did they and why was there the Islamic Revolution? Why did they overthrow the Shah?
There was a wave of like conservative religious ideology. I'm not sure exactly why. Probably blowback.
The Islamic Revolution happened because those people in Iran were tired of the West being in control of their government and of their leader. And so basically, we, the United States, we caused the Islamic Revolution. If we had simply allowed them to have a democratically elected leader, and let them nationalize their oil, which it was none of our fucking business, and we had absolutely no right to do that, the Islamic Revolution, by all accounts, wouldn't have happened because all of the things that precipitated the Islamic Revolution would never have taken place. Do you understand? So we caused the Islamic Revolution. The United States did. Anytime we try to do regime change or anytime we try to like take out a leader, it just never works. It like legitimately just never ever works for us.
Yeah.
So anyways, that would be the reason why those people don't like us. And when they chant death to America, they don't actually want to kill you or me or everybody in America. That's not what they mean. What they mean is they want America out of their politics. They want America out of their lives. They don't want us meddling in their country. And the evidence of that is Iran has never unilaterally attacked the United States or its military without being attacked first.
Yeah, they're messing with our proxies and they're funding terrorism.
No, they have no, sir. The Iran.
There's proof that they funded terrorism.
Sir, I didn't say that. There's proof the United States has funded terrorism. Israel funds terrorism. Russia funds terrorism. There's a bunch of countries that fund terrorism, right, sir. But
against
Iran, sir,
and that's the problem.
Sir, Iran, sir, Iran. I'm not trying to take a side right now. I'm trying to be objective, and I'm trying to point something out to you because you have blinders on, and I'm trying to help you understand something and give you a different perspective. I think that the Ayatollah was a piece of shit. And I think that the clerics in Iran and a theocracy in general, no matter what or where it is a terrible thing. And I think that those people were absolutely terrible. And the fact that the Ayatollah is gone, there's no love lost here. He was a shitty, terrible leader, and a lot of the people that are gone at the top of that regime were shitty, terrible people, and they deserve to be gone. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying otherwise. However, what Donald Trump has done, what this administration has now done, is absolutely fucked us in the ass for years to come, economically and from a safety perspective around the world. Geopolitically, we are in an insanely unsafe position now. We've almost certainly, basically gotten ourselves an entire new generation. You want to talk about terrorism? We've basically just created an entire generation of terrorists, right? A generation of people who, if you want to talk about chanting death to America, those people actually probably do want to kill us because we've now killed their mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, children, cousins, grandparents, etc., etc. So that's how you create terrorists. What you do is you go in and you kill. I'm sorry, what now?
You're being so dramatic. I mean, these are targeted strikes. I'm
sorry. So we didn't kill 160 school children? I'm sorry. So we didn't kill 160 school children? So we didn't. Damage. No, they're not collateral damage, sir. That was literally something that could have 100% been avoided. But do you know why it wasn't avoided? Do you know why it wasn't avoided? Do you know why it wasn't avoided, sir? Do you know why it wasn't avoided, sir?
Why is that?
Oh, well, that's because the Trump administration, and Pete Hegseth specifically, dismantled the DoD program, and they cut the funding by 90%. The program that identified civilian sites, it was called CHMR, C-H-M-R, Civilian Harm Mitigation and Reduction. You can look up the program. Pete Hegseth and the Trump administration cut the budget by 90%. Civilian Harm Mitigation Reduction, CHMR, C-H-M-R. And do you know what that program did? It helped us identify civilian sites and update our intelligence so shit like that wouldn't happen. So that we, as the supposed greatest military in the world with the best equipment and the top shit and all the best technology, that we could probably not kill 160 school kids. And if you say I'm being dramatic, sir, this is exactly how terrorists are created. It's because I don't know why, sir. This is exactly how terrorists are created. They are radicalized because someone kills someone that they know, or friends of people that they know, and they get really upset about it. The guy who drove his car into the synagogue in, I believe it was in Michigan, that guy, which was fucking abhorrent, and I don't condone it at all. This is fucking terrible. That guy should have never done that. That was awful. That was an act of terrorism. But guess what? He did it because his entire fucking family was killed by an Israeli bomb, and they were completely fucking innocent. And so, although I completely condemn what he did, and it was terrible and it was awful, it is a direct correlation. This is how terrorists are made. This is how it happens. They are radicalized, sir. So when you say something like, oh, you're just being dramatic, no, this is literally, for years and years and years, we know exactly this is how it's done. That's how terrorists come to be.
In a country of 80 million people, it's a very small amount of people that you're describing.
Yeah, fuck those kids, right? Fuck them. It's just 160 of them. It's totally reasonable, right? I'd say it with me now. Say it. Say it's completely acceptable. No, sir. Before we move on, since you're saying, I know, I get it. I know. It's just some kids. So I want you to say on the live now, we're close to about 1,000 people here. So I just want you to say in front of all these people that it doesn't matter that we killed those kids. Say it.
0.00.
No, I didn't ask for a number. I asked you to say, no, sir, before we move on, I'm so sorry, sir, before we move on, I'm so sorry, sir, before we move on, I want you to say, since this is what you're implying, it doesn't matter that we killed those kids. Say it.
It doesn't matter that 169 kids in a country of 80 million got killed.
There you go, guys. That's MAGA. They don't give a fuck about kids. There you go, bud. There you go.
In a
Good
country of
job.
80
Good job. At
million,
least just
you
say
don't
it. Hey,
understand
you know what?
math.
At least just stand up. At least you stand up and own it. Because if 160 school children in America got
You're
killed,
being dramatic.
you think, and if 160 school kids in America were killed by a bomb, you don't think that every single goddamn person in this country wouldn't stand the fuck up and go, we are going to fucking kill the people who did it? You think that that's
It
what
wouldn't
wouldn't happen?
It wouldn't happen because it's not.
Oh,
justified.
it wouldn't happen. Hey, my friend
Because
Nemo
it's
is
not
here. I'm sorry,
justified.
sir. Give me 1 second. Hey, sir. I know that would never happen, right? Hey, Nemo. I was a freshman in college. I know that you were a little bit younger than me. What happened on September 11th in 2001?
Well, I'm glad that you brought that up. I went
you.
ahead and I crunched some numbers because my mind was going the exact same direction,
That's
seeing
right.
as we're
That's why I like
we're
you.
doing percentages and
That's why
shit.
I like you.
So on September 11th, 2001, I was in third grade, and I got home that day, and my mom had to explain to me as a third grader what terrorism was. So that day, 0.00001% of the American population was unalived in an attack. But it was only 0.00001%.
Yeah.
Right? It was only 3,000 people in a nation of 300 million, right? Only, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess 9/11 wasn't a big deal.
It wasn't a big deal. So now what you should say is 9/11, just like you just said about Iran. So now do the same thing because you're being logically consistent, right? So you wouldn't want to be logically inconsistent. So now what you're going to say is 9/11 didn't matter. Say it. Oh, there's the nervous laughter. There's the nervous laughter because you know that you done fucked up, huh?
Well, I'll explain it to you.
Tell us how those numbers. Those numbers. Oh, now you'll explain. Oh, great.
We should not have gone to war over 2,000 people and all that treasure lost. It was a problem, but it was an overreaction, and we shouldn't have responded.
It was actually close to 4,000. It's actually close to 4,000 people that died. It was well over 3,000. But
especially after with like cancer and things that kind of come after with like breathing in all the dust and things.
No, I'm talking about the day. I'm talking about like the day of. It was close to 4,000.
Right, and
people.
I'm kind of helping your point along, saying
you don't need to help my point along, sir. You're literally already drowning in. You're literally already drowning in this one. We're like, would love to throw you a life
I think
jacket.
we both agree that we shouldn't have gone. We shouldn't have gone into Iraq in Afghanistan.
But you agree?
9/11.
No. But you agree that there shouldn't have been any. No. But sir, you agree that there shouldn't have been any outrage or anger about it. People in America should not have been angry, and we shouldn't have done anything about it, because what you're saying is that the 160 school kids that died should not make those people upset, should not radicalize them, and should not encourage anyone to take any punitive action, right?
It should for some, but the bigger picture is that you got to get rid of the terrorist regime. Because
bigger picture. Got it. Well, I mean, I feel like the people that did.
You're talking about 163 people in a country.
You're talking about 3,000 people in a nation of 300 million. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the evil people that did 9/11, they had their logic. I mean, I was fucking evil, right? But they're like, well, we got to get the West out of the Middle East, right? That was the stated rationale. So does that make it okay?
What, blowback? I mean, it happens, right? It's a part of war. It's a part of.
So does that make it okay?
Does what make it okay?
So the fact that the West was involved in the Middle East for decades before 9/11, does that make 9/11 okay?
No.
Okay, right? Now you're saying, you were trying a different path. You were before just a couple minutes ago. I heard the path that you were trying to take. Ah, jeez. Okay, what?
Different. In one instance, we're talking about not a country that attacked us, We're talking about a band of terrorists.
Okay.
Now, Iran was a part of funding that. Iran is the state.
Iran was not part of funding 9/11.
Across the world.
Iran was not part of funding 9/11.
Indirectly. I mean,
no, not indirectly either. No,
group.
Dude, you don't know dick about this. Iran wept in the streets on the day of 9/11.
Wept in the
They
streets.
mourned with us.
Well, there's also people cheering in the streets in Iran right now that the Ayatollah is gone. So
I love how you aren't addressing the point that you just ran into. Let's try that again.
You're saying that
on the day
that people are crying
on the day of
9/11 because they're dancing
on the day of 9/11. No, hold on, because you were wrong. You're doing that thing where you're talking, you're not listening. Here, let me explain it to you again. Iran did not directly or indirectly fund any operation that led to 9/11. Iran was not responsible in any way, shape, or form for 9/11. They as a nation wept in the streets. Their government, their Ayatollah wept for us. They mourned for us. They did not condone it.
They're a very divided country. Half of them does one thing, the other
half
does
of
the other.
Really,
right
they're divided.
Yes.
Really, what's the opposition party in Iran? Please tell me. I'd love to hear it.
I don't really follow.
There's
Iranian
not one, dumbass. Holy shit! All right,
well, how
so
come there's people dancing in the streets? How come there's people in Iran dancing in the streets when the Ayatollah goes down? Explain that.
Because I guess they didn't like the Ayatollah.
Yeah, exactly. Because there's a different viewpoint there.
Oh, okay, cool. So you're telling me that Iranians weeping in the streets for us but I guess that's not evidence that Iran.
It just sounds like bullshit. Like you saw a postcard of someone crying.
One other thing you mentioned dancing in the streets and stuff. Yep. Now, I'm assuming that you think that on the day of 9/11 that, I guess Iranians were celebrating. They were in good spirits or whatever.
Here,
somewhere.
I got it.
Actually, yeah, play that one.
I got you. So, sir, I don't know. Do you have this on a second device? Is it possible for you to look at the screen?
I can get to one.
Or you can also listen. You can and watch it back if you want to see the footage itself. But it's fine either way.
Sure, whatever. Well, what do you want me to do? You want me to go to a screen?
If you just want to listen, I can describe it for you, and you can go back and watch. But that's
sounds good.
That's fine. Yep. So there's women. They're lighting candles. They're crying, and I will translate for you what the subtitles say. They're holding up the candles. They're holding up their hands. And they're saying, America, condolences, America, condolences. They're singing the national anthem. They're marching with candles. It's a candlelight vigil. It says, then they're chanting death to terrorists. Now, why would they be doing that the day that happened if they were so happy or if they had sponsored it or had any part of it?
So they're the half of that country that supports us. It's a complicated country, I guess.
You know that there's a complicated country a little closer to home. It's called the United States of America. It's interesting that you mentioned that, there's division and there's complication. Well, no, hold on. So now if you can quickly get to a screen, please do. While I'm going through this, it's interesting that you bring up that it's we're a divided country, or that it's a complicated situation because there's division in the country of Iran. There's division in the country of America. And did you know on 9/11 there was actually division in the country that day too, even though most people would say that the day after 9/11 was probably one of the last times they can remember America being united. And I have to say, there was one person in all of America on that day who did not agree with the rest of America. Did not agree with the rest of America as it pertains to weeping for
Ron,
Thousands
Ron
of
Paul?
people. No. Can you see?
No, I'm not looking at a screen right now.
How quickly can you get to a screen? Because I told you to go get to a screen while I was talking.
Well, then we were saying that I could just listen to it. Do you hear that?
Okay,
part?
all right, whatever. I'm just gonna play it.
Go ahead.
You have one of the landmark buildings down in the financial district, 40 Wall Street. Did you have any damage, or did you know what's happened down there?
Well, it was an amazing phone call I made. 40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually, before the World Trade Center, was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest. And I just spoke to my people, and they said it's the most unbelievable sight.
That was Donald Trump at around 3 or 4 p.m. on September 11th, 2001, talking about him now apparently having the tallest building in Manhattan.
Did he tell a lie?
Yes, he actually did tell a lie. It wasn't even the tallest after the Twin Towers. It still wasn't the tallest.
Was he gloating about it? I mean, he was just stating what he perceived to be a fact.
He literally was gloating about it.
Do narcissists have the ability to have empathy? I can't remember.
I'm sure they do.
I don't know.
Maybe just less than other people.
But caller, our friend Paulie is here too. He wanted to come up. Paulie, I believe you must want to add something here, and please feel free. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I really wanted to know how he knew that people were dancing in the streets of Iran since like all phone lines and internet have been cut down in the country.
Well, before that happened, there were videos of people in the streets, and I actually know a few Iranian people that are American citizens.
Yeah,
now.
I know it's crazy how so many people know so many Iranian citizens. It's crazy. Sir, do you have the ability to actually find one of those videos? Because all the videos that I've seen from anybody on the right who has been showing those have been in places like Canada and Germany and all across the world, but not in Iran.
No, I have a friend, Nassim, who's lives in Colorado now, and she's Iranian, and she posts videos almost every day.
So not in Iran.
No, videos that are happening.
Look,
in Iran.
and I'm not saying that Iranians. I'm not saying that Iranians aren't happy. As far as I know, the last numbers that I heard, about 80% of the Iranian population was against the regime, and I'm pretty sure they're really happy that Khamenei is gone. You know, I'm not denying that. Okay, but it just seems like this like incessant proof that just there's all these Iranians dancing in the streets. The Iranians that would be dancing in the streets are being bombed. Right? The Iranians that are dancing in the streets are literally having their entire life and civilization threatened. The president of the United States is threatening to wipe off their entire civilization. He did it once, and I've heard he did it again, even though I can't verify that second one that he's done that, since the ceasefire talks that have done. So I just don't understand how people could be dancing in the streets if their entire internet shit is cut off, how they don't know if they're going to live till the next day, how they don't know anything, right? Like they're not safe right now. They're in distress. They don't know if they're going to be able to get food, right? They don't know if they're going to be able to get humanitarian aid. They're constantly being threatened. I just don't understand how you're going to say that that's putting them in a happy place.
At this second, those 80% of people are probably not in the streets because they were already in the streets, and they're probably hunkered in, and they're watching to see what happens to their infrastructure. If their leaders are going to back down and protect them, or if they're going to let us send them back to the Stone Age. It's a part of the negotiation. And we're not targeting civilians. We're targeting infrastructure like power. So for me, that's
you hear that, Polly? You hear that, Polly? They're committing war. They're just committing war crimes. It's totally fine.
Yeah, but you do realize that
just giving them a taste.
Attacking power and bridges, like Donald Trump said, is a war crime, right? It's against the Geneva Convention, right? Not to mention that, right? Like there's already have been reports. Actually, the New York Times did a great report on this, right? Where they actually were able to contact through limited means some of the more wealthy people that were actually in Iran. that they were able to contact, and they are talking about how like, oh yeah, even the people that were trying to celebrate, like, oh, my neighbor went out and tried to protest and was immediately shot down by the regime and killed. Right. And so they've made it to a point where they can't go out and protest. They can't go out and dance because the regime is still in power. Right. And I don't want to make light of this. I don't want to make joke of this. The same regime that was oppressing them before is the same regime that is oppressing them now. The 20% of hardliners in that country that were there before are the same 20% of hardliners that are in that country now. And that's a problem. They don't have a reason to celebrate yet because they don't have the freedom that they want. And currently right now, J.D. Vance and Steve Witkoff and all these people that are going over to do these different negotiations, they're negotiating with those people that are doing the oppression, right? They're not negotiating with people that are bringing freedom to Iran. They're negotiating with the people who are the ones shooting the citizens for dancing in the streets.
It would be nice if they stopped. I think that's the point, is that you got to work with what you got. And if these people stop doing bad things and things that America doesn't like, that's a good thing. And so
I would also like if Donald Trump stopped doing bad things and things that Americans don't like either, but that's the situation that we're in. And we're living in this reality. We're not living in a reality of hypothetical. We're not living in a dreamland. We're living in this reality. And this reality is not freeing the Iranian people.
This reality is what now?
Not freeing the Iranian people.
Yeah, not yet. We're working on it.
Not ever if they're negotiating with the people doing the oppression.
Well, what do you think we're negotiating for? What do you think the terms are going to be?
The Strait of Hormuz, oil, trade, literally everything but human rights.
Yeah, literally, sir. Do you think because
they don't want the deal?
Hold on, sir. Time out. I just want to clarify something because I think we might be crossing wires because the three of us over here, we understand this. I think the Trump administration understands this. The Iranian regime understands this. But you maybe don't seem to understand. They're not negotiating to, have the regime step down and go into exile or to, have new free elections or something like that. They're literally just going to negotiate to stop the hostilities and reopen the Strait of Hormuz because Donald Trump realized that he fucked up real bad. And it's so funny and it's so weird because, everyone kind of knew that this would happen. And this is why, again, like I mentioned to you earlier, that's why Reagan and Bush and Clinton and other Bush and Obama and Biden and even Trump in his first term, none of them did this because of how absolutely fucking disastrous this would be both for our economy and for the world in general. But now that Trump has seen exactly how fucking disastrous it is, he will do anything to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz is open again. And that's all that these negotiations are about. He doesn't give two fucks about any brown Iranian people whatsoever. And the fact that you think that might be part of the negotiations is kind of amusing.
Well, if you're in a negotiation with someone, you want to give them a full spectrum of options. And one of them is, hey, you have the ability to actually come out of this pretty good. It would be nice if everyone could walk out of this with no more killing. The Iranians get their, freedom. And there's a lot of things that we can negotiate for. And we're not in the room with him while he's negotiating between you could keep all the power and complete obliteration.
We have
anywhere in between.
I'm so sorry. I don't think you understand. We don't have.
Oh, but you understand.
Okay, bud. Sure. I'm listen, man. I'm trying to be nice here, but quite frankly,
no,
you okay, fine. I'll not be nice. You didn't come to this discussion with any fucking knowledge whatsoever. You really suck at this, and I'm trying to not be a complete fucking asshole about it, but you really suck at this, and your lack of knowledge, of knowledge about the area of the world that we're talking about, geopolitics in general, and history is kind of crimping your style. Okay, so just the idea that you think that you know what we have. What are our bargaining chips versus their bargaining chips? What do you think is going on in that negotiation? Who do you think has the better hand at this negotiating table and why? I want you to explain, not just say oh, it's the U.S. but for sure. Explain why it is
You wouldn't like
you
that, would
think.
you?
No,
'Cause
no,
it's
no.
true.
You can. Okay, great. I knew you were going to say it, but now I want you to explain to all of us why. Why does the U.S. somehow have an upper hand in this negotiation?
Military power.
That's it. That's the only thing you've got.
No, that's the right answer. Military power. That's what we have in this negotiation. We have the ability to completely obliterate them. What more do you want in a negotiation?
Obliterate
That's called
who?
leverage.
It makes no sense.
No,
The
obliterate
the
who?
regime.
The regime. Okay, so if we could obliterate the regime, why haven't we done it?
I think we're working on it. I think
We're not, because we're
country,
negotiating. So
a
if we
country
have the
that
upper
big
hand, if we
doesn't
can negotiate, if we
fall
could
in
destroy,
a
no,
day.
sir, that's why Donald Trump is threatening to destroy civilizations. That's why he's threatening to destroy bridges. That's why he's threatening to destroy power plants, because we can't destroy the regime. He's threatening to destroy the civilians. That's
No, he's
what
not.
he's threatening.
Power plants
I'm sorry.
and
I
bridges.
will end your civilization. Please explain me how civilization doesn't include civilians.
He wants to scare them, and he wants to get people that aren't already on his side. Right now, there's a lot of people that don't need the motivation to be on his side, but there's other people that, you scare the shit out of them, they might, actually rise up against this regime. Like,
Just to be clear, the Iranians that are reading his Truth Social with no
wants
internet.
to be doing this, but he has to.
Just to be clear, the Iranians with no internet that are reading Donald Trump's Truth Social.
Well, now at this point, I mean, you could say that. I mean,
he threatened it after the internet got shut off.
We've been working them for months. I mean, we're taking them down piece by piece. This is, if we wanted to wipe them out,
he didn't mention the destroy civilization until after the internet was shut off.
It's ratcheting it up. These guys, need to take it seriously.
Wow,
they need to step down.
Are you really this slow? Who is seeing it in Iran?
You're saying what's in Iran? What are you talking about?
He said he's going to destroy Iranian civilization.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
who in Iran sees that threat?
I think a lot of people want to see Persia. That's
dumbass. Who in Iran is going to see that threat?
There comes the ad homs. That means you're done. You're out of arguments if you go.
Oh, I know. Clutch your pearls and whine. I don't give a fuck. Answer my question. Who in Iran is going to see that threat?
Preach, brother.
Who's going to do what now?
Okay.
You're going to have to speak more clearly. And like a whole
I know. I might have to start drawing here in a second, because clearly you are slow as fuck. Wow.
Less syllables.
You're raging out.
Okay. Iran.
What do the kids say? Crashing out. You're crashing out.
Am I now?
Yeah. Chill out.
Okay, cool. So Donald Trump says he's going to end Iranian civilization, right?
Yeah, it's a threat.
It's a threat, and threats are supposed to scare people, right?
Yep.
Got it. Okay. And he posted that threat on the internet, right?
Yep.
Got it. Okay. And Iran turned off the internet
clutching their pearls
before.
Now. You're the one clutching
hold
pearls.
on. We were almost there. Oh man, we were almost there. Maybe you just put it together just now, and that's why you started talking. Maybe that's what that was. Here, he posted it on the internet. Okay. Iran doesn't have internet right now. So why would they be scared of something that they don't know about?
Because the people that do have internet are seeing that. He's speaking to
Which
that audience.
Ones?
And actually, that's more to
Which
my point.
ones?
The fact that
Which
they don't
ones?
have the regime. You think the
regime we're supposed to be obliterating?
Yeah. You think they can't get like a what's those Elon Musk's satellites? I mean, they can get internet.
Starlink?
They're the richest people in Iran. Yeah, Starlink. They can get that. I mean, probably 1% of
the
that
regime we're
population
supposed to
has
be
access to the
obliterating.
internet. Yeah, they're probably very resourceful. They have millions and billions of dollars. They're
No.
a very
I'm
large
saying,
country.
why do you think that the regime that we're supposed to be obliterating, why do you think that they would give a fuck about Donald Trump saying that he's going to end their civilization?
Because they don't want to die, and they don't want an
But
uprising.
they're already going to, according to you, if we're supposed to be obliterating them.
We're working on it. I think we're watching it right now.
Wow,
We're in the
America
middle of
fucking
it.
sucks at this, dude. If we're still working on it, man. Like, the American military is a wondrous machine. We could put a fucking Pizza Hut in the middle of the Iraqi desert in no time flat. In like a month. We can just, boom, Pizza Hut. What's up, America? We can do that. Mm-hmm. But apparently we can't get rid of a bunch of authoritarians in Iran, according to you?
Yeah, I guess he's kind of a bad fascist then, huh? Because he could just drop a bunch of nukes on him and get rid of them, but he doesn't. Why doesn't he do that? Because he doesn't.
Because
want to
the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff told him that he couldn't. You don't know about that, do you?
I guess he's a bad fascist then.
You don't know about that, do you?
Wow.
I know that a lot of people try to restrain him, and he gets
no. You don't know about the nuke thing, do you?
He doesn't know what happened.
Hey, just out of curiosity, bud, who were the factions? Just a quick question. I'll let Nemo get back to you.
No, whatever.
I just have a quick question. In World War II, which side was the fascists?
The Axis powers.
Perfect. Which side dropped nuclear bombs?
And actually, not all the Axis powers. I think mostly Italy.
Awesome, cool. Which side dropped nuclear bombs?
We did.
All right, awesome. Because apparently you just said not dropping nuclear bombs makes him a bad fascist. I was just making sure that you understood that the only people to ever drop nuclear bombs were us, and the other side were the fascists. So that's not really a requirement for fascism.
Yeah.
Okay, you're really going to go against the fact that we needed to use those weapons and end the world war. I mean,
that's a whole different argument, which we actually really didn't. Yeah. But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about now.
Sir, that's literally that is an entirely separate discussion for another time, not for right now.
Happy to have it.
Cool, not for right now though. Nemo was we were still
sorry, Nemo. I just had to ask that question.
No, you're good. I mean, like. That's just a gold mine, just sitting there waiting.
You're stuck on
this guy's understanding of World War II and fascism.
Couldn't help it.
It's like, guess what, guys? You thought I was stupid on just this topic. Oh no, just you wait. There's this whole other thing called history. I don't know shit about it. Okay, so caller. Okay, Donald Trump on Saturday tried to launch nukes on Iran. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff said, "You can fuck all the way off. We are not doing that."
To watch news? I'm trying to understand what you just said at the beginning of that. You said he wanted to watch news?
Launch
nukes. I thought you said watch news. I was okay.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So he wanted to launch nukes. I'm trying to hear you.
Are you?
Okay, so yes. That's, we're on a phone here, so.
Are we?
Not the best. We are. Well, I am. I don't know about you. So what's your
Donald
question?
Trump tried to launch nuclear weapons on Iran on Saturday. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff said, "Fuck off." No. It wasn't a thought.
The president
tried.
is the commander in chief, not the chief.
Yes, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is the one that's in charge of the military.
Yeah, and a part of being a president is exploring options and having
options by saying, "I want to launch nukes."
Yeah, and so you're saying that a guy has an opinion, brings a thought to a person.
It's an opinion?
They say don't.
Wait, it's an opinion.
He doesn't do it.
That's not how opinions work.
You're mad about
an opinion. An opinion is, I like Chick-fil-A. I think that Chick-fil-A tastes good. That's an opinion. I want to start Nuclear Armageddon. That's not an opinion.
Yeah, it is.
Hey,
believe it or not,
no,
and guess what the guy
it's not.
didn't do?
No, it's not. Hey, and you know what? Hey, Polly, as a former member of our service as a vet, just out of curiosity, what is the? I know, dude, I can't. What?
It's just the president's opinion that he wants to drop nukes.
It's not a real thing. What is the no caller? Hold on, caller. I have a question for my friend who knows something about the military. What is the UCMJ?
Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Oh yeah, that's right. And what is it? Is it number 92? What's the one about unlawful orders? Is it 92? Is that one?
I believe so. Yeah,
that would be that one, unlawful orders.
There unfortunately isn't one about stupid orders.
Yeah, that's true. So when you say, just to point something out here, when you say something like, well, he's the commander in chief, it still doesn't mean he can do whatever the fuck he wants at any time that he fucking wants. Our own military literally gets to say no if he tries to do something that would be an unlawful order. And you saying, well, it's fine because he's restrained is fucking psychotic. The fact that you would be like, sir, do you have children? Sir, do you have children?
No.
No, you have a wife?
But if I did, I wouldn't talk about them with you.
Okay, but whatever. It's a hypothetical. Do you have a wife?
Not anymore. I'm divorced.
Girlfriend? Great. Well, let's pretend that you were still married, and
okay.
And I, in a hypothetical, what I did was I really wanted to kill your wife, and I got all the plans ready, and I was going to, but somebody stopped me. And then what you're saying is, it's totally fine. You're totally fine. There's nothing wrong that has happened because you were restrained when you did it or before you did it, and nothing bad happened, and so therefore everything is fine. That's what you're saying. You're like, well, he wanted to do it, but he couldn't, and everything is fine because he was restrained. The fact that we have a president who floated the idea of using nuclear weapons in Iran is so fucking insane, and the idea that you, sir, you would go, well, it's fine, he was restrained. Sir, we were in a Cold War with Russia for 50 years. We were in a Cold War with Russia for 50 years where we stared each other down with nuclear weapons and neither side ever fucking used them. Why?
Neither did Trump.
Why?
And neither did Trump.
Why did neither side ever fucking use them?
Mutually assured destruction.
There you go. So Donald Trump floating the idea of using nuclear weapons is insane because of?
Iran cannot destroy us. It's not mutually
Oh, guys,
assured
hey,
destruction.
Nemo, Polly, Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons, and so nothing would happen.
It's not mutually assured destruction. It's not that nothing would happen. It's just the concept of mutually assured destruction existed with Russia, but it doesn't exist with Iran.
Mutually.
Iran has friends.
Mutually assured destruction. Do we know what mutually assured destruction is?
Yes, Iran has friends. Do you know who those friends are?
Yeah, it's not assured. It's not assured.
Oh, it's very much assured. Do you know who those friends are?
You really don't understand. I don't think you understand what I'm talking about. Because
I promise you, I understand your argument better than you do, and it's a shitty argument.
Nukes, we could kill each other. Well, no, it's just a fact that Iran is not mutually assured destruction. So it doesn't hold up.
It is because of their friends.
No, it's not. Yeah. Who said that they were going to destroy the United States if we did something to Iran? Who has said that? And tell me and show me your source.
If we did something to Iran, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Nukes are a completely different story, dude.
So which country is positioned to attack us if we nuked Iran?
Pakistan, China, Russia.
Yeah, had they said that we're going to do that? And
I
if
mean,
so,
I'm sure that Russia would
produce
love
it.
to pop off a nuke.
Oh,
I'm sure that China would love to. Oh, wait, actually, you know what?
Yeah,
I forgot.
But they
North
would
Korea.
not dare because of mutually assured
North
destruction.
Korea absolutely fucking wants to, 100%. Also, yeah, add North Korea into the
Oh,
mix for sure.
Yeah, but they don't because they know that we would smoke them.
My big question is, okay, so over the last, I don't even remember how many weeks it's been. Why does time feel like it blurs after a certain point dealing with this shit? I'm sorry. Like in however many weeks ago, Pete Hegseth fired, I believe, 4 generals, which prompted the step down of the Army Chief of Staff. Okay. And all of those were not for meeting the agenda. Now, General Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, was the one who stopped Donald Trump from using the nuclear weapons. What's stopping the Trump administration from just firing General Kane and just keep firing people until there's someone in that spot that doesn't stop him?
I think the American people, I think he wants to win the midterm elections. I think after that, he's a lame duck president, and I think the party is going to turn on him to some degree. And he doesn't want that. I think he wants to have a nice life after he leaves office. I think there's several motivations to wind down.
If those motivations existed, then why didn't they stop him from trying to do it the motherfucking first time?
Well, because it's just it's time. Like once we hit that midterm election, he becomes a lame duck president.
Okay, maybe I phrased my question wrong. I don't think I did, but I'll just rephrase it anyway. Okay. If he tried to use nuclear weapons last weekend, and General Kane stopped him, what's stopping him from firing General Kane and putting in a general who won't stop him?
No, he can't be stopped because he's the commander in chief. You're saying he stopped him. He had a conversation with it. He was advised not to. It's one of the options. It's one of the things that a president, I'm sure, has to evaluate, among other options. You know, and if he was advised against it and he didn't do it, there's not even any smoke here. It's just
so you think if the military was just told by the president to end all of humanity through nuclear warfare, that they would just execute that without any thought process whatsoever? Again, I think Matt already referenced like the UCMJ, unlawful orders, and all sorts of other things.
I think what happened in stages. I think Iran would say uncle before it actually got to that point. I think we're gonna start. I think he already mentioned what he was going to do. He's going to hit the power plants and then break them down bit by bit until they capitulate. And that's what's going to happen one way or another. And that's what he said he was going to do.
I feel like we're going in circles now, and my question was not answered. Nemo, all you.
I mean, you're just casually talking about war crimes there, but okay. I mean, shit. Yeah. I guess that, whenever we've reached the point where the guy's talking about nuking a fucking country, it doesn't really matter if there's war crimes, right?
Well, I think your interpretation of a war crime is another person's constitutional duty as a president to protect.
No, that's not how war crimes work in the Geneva Convention. They're universal.
Well, I mean, half the people would think one thing. And
no, it's not. It's not about people thinking one thing or the other. Do you know who wrote the Geneva Convention? Do you know who came up? 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 Do you know who came up with these rules?
Which rules?
The fucking Geneva Convention after World War II. Who came up with these fucking rules?
This is so ridiculous.
I fucking can't with this guy. Bro, they're literally our rules that we came up with to make sure that other people wouldn't do fucking tyrannical, fascist, Nazi shit like we saw in World War II. We didn't want it to happen, and now we're the ones doing it.
It was a Swiss businessman that did the Geneva Conventions.
Did you hear him pull the? Did anyone else hear him pull the one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter argument in excuse for Donald Trump? Did you hear that? Because he was just like, well, one person's like war crimes is another person's constitutional duty to protect the United States. He literally pulled a one man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist argument for Donald Trump.
Is it wrong?
That like he literally just used the excuse for terrorists,
thinking another thing.
quoting the president of the United States. That literally just happened.
That's amazing. Also, sir,
That's
don't
the country
also,
we're in, man.
Sir, don't just try to use an AI overview to talk about something that you don't understand and that you've never read about. Okay.
You said that we did it, but it was.
You do realize
it was a Swiss businessman.
the Swiss business. Who was the Swiss businessman, and what did he do?
Someone. It begins with a D. I can't remember what it is.
And
his name was Tim Geneva.
You mean Henry Dunant, who went to visit wounded soldiers in 1859, who published a book, and that book, which was hold on, sir. That book, which was basically about the horrors of war, okay? He published a book about its horrors of war, and then he proposed that we should have a humanitarian aid agency in times of war, and that there should be a government treaty recognizing the neutrality of it. That's what he did. Yes, it's Switzerland. But then who actually wrote the modern Geneva Conventions that we are using now that were revised in 1949? The ones that I am referring to, sir.
I have no idea.
The United States, along with the other UN countries at the time, they were the ones who did it. We did the UN. We did the Geneva Convention. It was all us, and in Great Britain and shit, but like us. Okay? Do you understand?
No, it was other countries. Yeah, it wasn't just us. It was multiple countries.
I swear to.
We were the boss, dumbass.
Shit.
I love the Great Britain and shit because that's like so accurate.
I mean, it really is the most. It's like it couldn't have been more accurate.
We were it's
like this guy wants to pretend like after World War II that we were not the fucking global superpower in the West, and we called the shots for everything and everybody. We set up every fucking thing. After World War II,
I don't know why you're so angry.
We set up NATO.
We
set up the fucking Geneva Conventions. We set up the UN. Dude, I'm not angry. I'm from Boston, number one. And number two, you're a fucking moron, and you are so fucking stupid that you just tried to explain to us that a guy from 1859 wrote the Geneva Conventions in 1949 because you got some fucking AI overview, you stupid fucking prick.
And it's in Switzerland.
You're literally going to sit there and tell us that guy wrote the Geneva Convention because you don't know what you're fucking talking about, and you're just Googling shit to try and say that you know something, and you just read an AI overview, and you're like, no, actually it was Swiss, and you don't fucking know what you're talking about.
What, is it
literally,
am I wrong?
Yes, you're wrong, because I said the United States wrote the Geneva Conventions in 1949. I even specifically said it, and the guy that you're talking about, Henry Dunant, didn't write the Geneva Conventions. He proposed the Geneva Conventions. He proposed them. He didn't write them. So even if that's what you were trying to say, you're still wrong, you fucking idiot.
Well, why are you screaming? It's so unhinged. It's like crazy.
And now the tone policing, that's cute.
I guess you know what I have to tell you, man. It's probably because I talked to I'm so sorry. I was in the middle of a sentence. Anyways, what I was trying to say is it's probably because I'm just kind of sick and tired of talking to a bunch of people who voted with their head, except for the fact that their head is so fucking small that their brain must be about the size of a squirrel's, because I don't understand how someone could be so fucking stupid to call up and talk to people and pretend like they know shit about shit, and they get dog walked from point to point to point. They don't know fuck all about history. They don't know fuck all about geopolitics. They don't know fuck all about fucking anything. And so basically they've just made themselves look like a complete fucking moron in front of 1,400 people. And so basically, sir, the reason is you have basically encapsulated all of MAGA because you, sir, are the Dunning-Kruger effect in action, and you don't even know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is.
The 63 countries involved.
Actually, Matt, I watched Nightmare on Elm Street. Okay,
I know Dunning-Kruger.
I know what Dunning-Kruger is.
Oh, look,
okay,
I'm kind of wearing the right shirt for that
It's
reference.
psychology
Actually, that worked
right?
really well. What is Dunning-Kruger, sir?
It's
Do you want to
that
quickly
people
Google
with,
that one and read us the AI overview?
No, it's basically when people overestimate what they know.
It's when the smart people say that they know more than the people that actually know the things, right? Like you just did with the Geneva Convention. Like a fucking idiot.
Do we got to do like the
or like when you said, or like when I was telling you about the history of Iran and you pretended like you knew something and then you didn't, or when we were talking to you about, I don't know, anything else in this conversation and you've purported to know something and then you don't.
But see, here's the thing: people are listening to.
No one fucking cares.
You do look like you'd look good with some like a nice hat. That sweater's kind of pulling it off over there.
I'm telling you, it was like this is the references. This worked out really well.
if the caller is still listening, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Much like the UCMJ, war crimes and shit like that, those are apparently just opinions. The person who wrote the warning labels on bleach, actually just that dude's opinion. Not something that you should abide by, because everybody's entitled to their own opinion. His opinion is don't drink that shit. I mean, maybe
who the fuck is that
maybe
guy,
he's
though?
keeping a secret. What? Who the fuck is he?
Who the fuck is that guy? What the fuck does he know?
Like what? He claims to be an expert on bleach. Like, what is this, Mr. Bleach? No, I mean, I think that you should show him.
That'll get it. Own the libs.
The opinions of Nemo may not expressly reflect those. We do not implicitly endorse that. Just saying, you make your own decisions. Make your own decisions, kids. Make your own freely.
We're just exploring options.
Everybody else listen to experts and warning labels.
Oh boy. Well, that was
and the Geneva Convention.
And the Geneva fucking conventions. Holy shit!
I love that. All right. Well, we had a couple of people calling up. Our phone lines are open. Real quick, while that's going on, thank you to Tammy on the Blue app. Tammy said it wasn't 163 people; it was 163 children. That is absolutely correct. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you to James on the Green app. Says for the boys. Oh, thank you, James. I will split that with my friend Nemo. We appreciate that very much. Thank you to Oya on the Blue app. You said not y'all done got Matt started this early. Damn, I even drive home yet. Y'all got the veins popping out of his neck. Hey, we're having fun. Thank you. Also, again, Oya, thank you. She said, caller, this is America, not Australia and Canada during World War II. They are Geneva Conventions, not Geneva Suggestions. Ooh. Oh, I like that one. And I am going to steal that. Thank you. Yeah, I'm 100% going to steal it because that is a great fucking line. Thank you. Also, thank you over on the tube to our friend Melvin. I wonder if Melvin said, I wonder if this person believes that institutionalized racism still exists on our soil. Oh, yeah. Also, thank you to Melvin again for the super chat. No caller, you need to be back with my kindergarten class for comprehension lessons. And Melvin, one more time. He's divorced. Wow, I'm totally shocked. In parentheses, sarcasm. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate those.
Hey, Matt, we might need to reschedule for Thursday.
Oh, okay. I mean, if we have to, I mean, we can do that. Sure.
I'm doing a whole new call-in system tomorrow.
Okay.
And I think I'm moving to the one that Ari uses on her other program.
Oh, are we talking about
which
that?
Means
that one? Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm moving all the way over to that one, which means I should be able to move all over into pretty much a show that's very similar, but I don't want to be working out bugs while you're on there. So let me work out the bugs tomorrow and the next day.
All right.
Because I only have an hour live tomorrow. And let's try to get on next week. Also, Nemo, I want to get you on sometime too, man.
Oh, sweet. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to have you on, brother.
I may not have said it many times publicly, but Paulie is doing a little bit of co-hosting. He asked me to co-host, and now he's ditching me. But with good reason, which is cool because actually that call system is really cool though. So it would be great to get it working.
I just reserved my number. I'm just adding to the account right now. If I had a full live tomorrow, I wouldn't even be trying, but I go to my daughter's tennis tomorrow, so I only have a really short live tomorrow, which means I'm still gonna be working out bugs on Thursday, and I don't want to.
Yeah, no worries.
I don't want to do 2 bugs at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to have you missing that in there. But if next week is good for you, man, we'll work out a time, all right?
We can absolutely make that work. That's just fine. No worries. We'll do that. Fine. I will reschedule. Fine. Yes, I will. And you and Nemo should too. That would be a lot of fun, you guys. We absolutely love Polly. And guys, our phone line is open. If you're over on the tube and you like to call, it's there. Also, if you're here on TikTok, you can request that up. Also, this just in on the Blue app. Thank you to Hugo. Said, what's with the liberal content creators fascinated with platforming Jill? Is she the punching bag du jour? She's insufferable, feigns enlightenment and political concession each live. It's an act, insufferable. I've never had Jill on my live. So I think
she was her, just on Manda's, and she lives on Johnny's.
I know her. I know.
Yeah, she lives on Johnny's.
I delivered a glory. I mean, I'm totally just gonna glaze myself for a minute. I delivered a fucking glorious history lesson to her in just the most beautiful way, talking about the party switch. Oh man, it was something. It was something.
I actually did catch part of that. It's unfortunate that she didn't hear a word you said, but everybody else did, and we're all smarter people because of it.
Yeah. There was. I taught her about the party switch. Taught her about this fine patriot behind me. Right here is this fine individual, Mr. William T. Sherman.
Well, thank you, Hugo. I appreciate that very much. And Hugo, I can genuinely say I do not believe that we are going to have Jill up. So thank you. Appreciate your generosity.
She's really bad. Just thought I'd let you know.
Yeah, I think I'm good. I know her. So yeah. Oh look, it's RC.
Also, I believe it was Courtney who sent me the Galaxy. Thank you so much for that too. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Courtney sent a couple of those. We appreciate those. Courtney.
Yeah,
thank you
so much.
Thank you all for all of your generosity. We appreciate you. Oh, it's RC. What would you like,
Hello.
RC?
Hello. Do you support DEI?
That's a weird question. Anyways, why do you still support Donald Trump?
Wait, why is that a weird question?
Because it's a weird question. Why do you still support Donald Trump? Oh, cool. Anyways, good talking to you.
That's great.
Thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, hi. Thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Not the first time. Second time I did, but I'll be honest, I'm not as happy the second term, and it's for selfish reasons. I'm a delivery driver. My state of Alaska has a... Can I swear on the show?
Sure, but real quick before we get started, friend, can you just... so you said you're in Alaska, and how old are you? We need it for...
yeah, no, I'm 38, bro.
30, that's fine. I gotta ask. It's just verification. You're fine. You just can't, It's all good. So 38, Alaska. So you didn't vote for Trump. So you voted for Hillary the first time. Am I correct? Is that correct?
I did not, because I did not like either one, if I'm being honest with myself. I wasn't sure about Trump. I liked him in the movies back in the day and as an actor and on TV and stuff like that. But
and then
I did vote the second time for selfish reasons, because I'm a delivery driver, so I wanted cheaper gas because we have a pipeline, and it's the cheapest place in town is like $3.49 a gallon, or $4.49 a gallon. My bad. Which I know might not seem much to a lot of places, but for a state with exploratory drilling and a pipeline, and it just seems a little much. I mean, I paid $16.50 for a friggin' Subway sandwich the other day, dude.
Yeah, that's what happens when you start a war that you don't need to start, and you bottleneck the strait where 20% of the world's oil passes through each day.
Fair. Just full disclosure, I am slightly intoxicated, yet not inebriated enough not to have a decent conversation.
All right, hey, listen, a little bit of lubrication never hurt anybody, friend, and that's okay. You seem like a nice enough guy. So didn't vote for Trump the first time, but you didn't vote for Hillary. So did you vote third party, or just didn't vote? It's okay. I'm just asking. I'm just trying to kind of get a gauge on where your politics are. That's all. Just asking.
Oh, right. Well, when it boils down to two people, pretty much, I mean, the percentage-wise, I didn't vote third party either. And I'll just be clear here. Sarah Palin is a joke. Lisa Murkowski is a joke.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Half of our politicians in Alaska are a joke. So, like local elections, I don't really complain about, because I don't vote in local elections, if that makes any sense. I have no room to complain if I'm not voting.
Oh, okay. All right, that's fair. I was just asking. And then lastly, who did you vote for in this last election?
Trump, but I'm not as impressed.
Okay, got it. Okay, now I understand. I understand the pattern. Okay, so can I ask you, just out of curiosity, since I understand that gas prices are important to you, do you think
personally
dude, listen, gas prices are important to you and to like most every other American. I understand that you're saying personally to you as a delivery driver. I understand that, but also like it's fundamentally important to the rest of us. I think we're all in the same boat here. So when you say personally, I want to tell you, I don't judge you for being worried about gas prices. We're all worried about gas prices. This is because gas prices affect everything in our world. They affect. I mean, they affect everything. I understand that. We all understand that. Delivery of goods, delivery of food. Us getting to different places, the cost of travel and airlines and et cetera. Like there's a million different things that affects, right? We're like, so I'm just saying, you don't have to keep saying, oh, well, personally, it's okay to say, hey, I was voting because I want gas prices to be down because it's a good thing for America overall. I don't blame you. That's not a bad thing. So I'm just saying that. But my follow-up question is, you obviously voted because the gas prices went up through Joe Biden's term. My question is, why do you think gas prices spiked up into 2022 and then just fell off all the way down to the beginning of Donald Trump's term? Do you know why? Because if not, I think we should have a discussion about it, because I think it might be enlightening for you.
Well, I do know that there was they opened a new pipeline. What was that called? Not Keystone. It was something else. Again, I am intoxicated. I can't remember the name of that pipeline that they had opened up under Biden. If you can remind me, please, sir.
Do you know
the pipeline that was open? Um,
I
mean, there was. I'm trying to think. Are you like there was the Willow project, but that wasn't a pipeline.
Willow. Yep. Sorry, no, not a pipeline. Again, intoxicated, but I'm loving having a peaceful and respectful conversation with you, gentlemen.
Right. So that was the drilling. Oh, I got it. I didn't know it was called the Willow Project, but okay. So it's the drilling. It's the drilling project. Got it. Okay. In Alaska. Okay, yeah, I got it. But that was approved. That was just approved in March of 2023. So again, that actually wouldn't have done anything to affect the sharp decrease in gas prices. So I just want to explain one thing to you. So this is actually it's very interesting. And again, since this is important to you, I think you should know this. In April of 2020, we were in the throes of C-19, right? I mean, and obviously people were not driving. You remember that, right? I'm sure. Maybe it was a little bit different for you in Alaska, but for the rest of us, maybe in the mainland, it was pretty serious.
Sorry to interrupt, but as a delivery driver, I was considered essential personnel.
Oh yeah, no, I know that you were driving. I'm saying, but the whole of America had the demand for gas had dropped sharply. People were not driving. People were not traveling. People were staying in their homes. We can agree, right? That was a thing that happened.
We can agree, and I remember gas being around $2.50.
I mean, hell, I think maybe it was even a bit expensive for you. I know it might be maybe a bit expensive for you guys. I remember gas being below $2. I was like, holy shit! And that's because the price of a barrel of oil dropped precipitously, and to the point where the oil companies were looking around at each other, going, we can't do this. In fact, some of the smaller oil companies went out of business because they couldn't handle it, because there is a range for a barrel of oil where they're doing at least a break even. It's like around $60-$65 a barrel, somewhere in there. And
yes,
they need oil to be there. So the oil companies, they went to the administration. They were like, hey, we need to try to do something about this. So the Trump administration went to OPEC, and you know who OPEC is, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so they went to OPEC, and Trump was like, hey, we need to make a deal, and you guys need to cut production on oil so that we can bring the price of a barrel of oil back up. But here's the problem. Donald Trump, not being a great deal maker, unfortunately, despite what he purports, he made the deal to cut 9.7 million barrels of oil per day for 2 years. He didn't make it for like 6 months, which probably would have made a lot of sense. Quite frankly, if he had done something like that, it probably would have made a decent amount of sense. I'm not gonna lie. Like I would say that if Donald Trump did something like that, like a 3 to 6 month deal, not bad to like stabilize the oil market. Like not a bad idea. But the problem was he did it for 2 years. And what happened after a couple of months, my friend? Did people in America all of a sudden start driving again and shit got back to normal?
Well, no, but weren't if I may interject for one moment, sir?
Sure.
Weren't we only projected to be put out by COVID for about 2 years because they were pushing the vaccine, and I know Trump initialized Operation Warp Speed. But I mean, am I misremembering? But weren't we only supposed to be screwing with COVID for like 2 years, supposedly?
Well, yeah, but my point being, I think my point here is that I'm not 100% sure what that would have to do with this. My point was just that the idea of making the deal for 2 years, like assuming that we were going to be not getting back to normal demand for 2 years, was very short-sighted, the thing to do would have probably have been to make a 3 to 6 month deal and then make another 3 to 6 month deal if we needed it. And then like you could just kind of keep doing that instead of locking us in, because once you locked us in with OPEC to cut production by 10 million barrels of oil per day for 2 years, we kind of like that was kind of it. There was nothing that we could do. And of course, OPEC loved it because OPEC was like, fuck yeah, we're going to produce less oil and we're going to reap the benefits because the price of a barrel of oil is going to go up. So we're just going to make a shitload of money. And so they didn't give a fuck that was happening to us. But what happened was from April of 2020 all the way until about May or June, I think it finally peaked in June of 2022. Gas prices just went through the fucking roof because our demand went back up and supply remained artificially low, and basic economics tells you that that's no good for prices. And so the minute that the OPEC plus deal, or the OPEC 2020 deal as people call it, the minute that deal that Donald Trump made expired, gas prices completely peaked and then just started falling right away, because that was the only thing that was keeping gas prices artificially high. And then by the time Donald Trump became president again, gas prices were like all the way back down. Like,
can I tell you something probably almost no conservative has ever told you before?
Go for it, my friend.
I agree with you.
Listen, I just wanted to give you some facts. I'm glad you understand. That's all. I just wanted to let you know that was kind of how that went.
I'm open to information. I'm not so closed-minded that I can't absorb new information. I mean, will I remember it tomorrow morning after 8 shots? We will find out.
Okay. All right, I mean, fair enough. Write it on your hand in pen or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but no, I could agree with that. I could absorb new information.
Fair. What's your shot of choice?
Vodka, unfortunately. I kind of miss when I could just drink a 40 of OE and be good for the night.
OE. You are okay. You're no nonsense, huh?
Yeah, malt liquor. We got this. I don't know if y'all guys have that down in the States. It's a 9.9% lager called Stack. Comes in like a 24-ounce can, and it's really good, really rich, and it'll get the job done.
Not familiar with it, but I'll have to try that one someday. Thank you. I have to try that one.
Yeah.
Right. Well, sounds.
But not to hold up the rest of your callers, but thank you for a genuinely decent and civil conversation. I've absorbed new information. Still a conservative, not 100% with Trump this term. And although I do like the fact that he doesn't fuck around.
Well, I'll tell you what. The one thing I would ask is, as we leave this call, is maybe you'll think about calling back up again. How about that? And number two is, even if you don't, given the fact that you're not a big fan of Murkowski, and given the fact that you're not really happy with what Donald Trump has done, and given the fact that I know you care about gas prices, and if that is a thing that you care about, when the midterms come around, I know you guys got ranked choice voting there. Consider, just hear me out on this one. I know you're saying you're conservative.
I'm listening.
Consider a vote for your Democratic candidate, okay? Because here's what I'm going to say. We need someone. And by someone, I mean we need the Democratic Party. We need the House and the Senate to be a check on the President of the United States, because right now we have no checks and balances in our government and working properly as they should. And so I would say that we need some people to rein this in. We need some adults in the room that are going to try and help fix things. And if you would see your way to it, that would go a long way to helping out the problem. I'm not saying you need to change all your views. I'm not saying that you need to do any of that. But if you could, that would be helpful. I'm just giving you some food for thought as you take your shots of Tito's, maybe.
Actually, it's called Platinum. It's like a blue bottle with a silver lid.
Okay, I guess, but just something to think about.
Before I leave, I will say one thing. As long as I actually believe the Democrat would do better than the Republican, I will vote Democrat. I'm not so blind and stupid and stuck to the conservative party that, you know, if I actually believe that a Democrat would do a better job, I would vote for them 100 times out of 100 times. If I actually personally believe that they would do a better job in my state and in our country, I will vote for them.
Okay, man. Well, that's cool. I'm glad to hear that. Listen, go enjoy the rest of your evening, and maybe we'll chat again sometime. Okay?
Oh yeah, I'll definitely be calling back. You have a lovely evening, and whoever your guest over there is, I can't.
It's my co-host Nemo, and my friend Polly, who's stopped by. They're here too, but they were just quiet because I guess I was hogging the conversation with you. So.
Well, no. Thank you very much for a decent and civil conversation. You have a lovely evening, my brothers, and stay up.
All right, drink some water. Take care.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
I'm hoping that, much like the movie Inception, that was like programming. You're just planting deep in the inebriation.
It's like a dream within a dream within a dream type of thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hello?
Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
How old are you and what state did you vote in?
I'm 18 and I'm in Phoenix, Arizona.
Cool. Hey, just so you know, we don't talk to anyone under the age of 18, and it's a school night. Thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hi. Thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you and what state did you vote in?
36, Michigan.
Okay. Why do you still support Donald Trump?
I actually support him in just a couple ways. I like how he's not afraid to not let Iran get a nuke, but that's not specifically why I called. I'm actually a fan of Polly's. I had a question for him.
Wow. Sure. I mean, if Polly, you got a fan who'd like to ask you a question.
What's going on?
How you doing? Hey, I watch your channel. It's been a while though. You were raised as a Christian, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, and now I've seen you say that, you know, you worship the devil or whatnot, or you believe in the devil. But what made you switch to that? I always wondered.
I don't worship the devil. I don't believe in the devil. Atheists don't believe in the devil, man.
You always say drop 666 in the chat and you play your devil song. And
Matt, do we have the devil song queued up?
Yes, I absolutely do.
Do we have the devil song queued up? Because I'll turn on my camera for this.
I was just wondering what made you switch. So.
And by the way, I would like credit for this because I found this one.
Matt gets full credit.
Yeah, that's the one. Good song. God will forgive you though when
Sorry, sir. What was that?
I said God will forgive on Judgment Day, but I'm wondering why. What made him switch? What made him become that way?
I read the Bible.
And that made you, because your mom's still a Christian, you said, right?
Yeah, my mom was also 14 when she was forced married to someone in her 20s. It's a pretty different time.
Okay. I thought maybe you were fondled with or something by a priest or something, tried to do something weird, or I don't know.
No, but tons of children are, which is another reason not to believe in your religion.
I'm not a Christian, but.
Oh, then why are
yeah.
you so concerned with this conversation?
Because I was wondering what made you turn, because I do believe in God. I'm just not a Christian.
Oh, okay. I switched because I have found no religion whatsoever that has provided any tangible amount of evidence to show that any God actually exists. Actually, all of the evidence shows the exact opposite of that. And so, personally, for me, I don't choose to believe in anything that I don't have evidence in. If you choose to believe in some type of religion, good on you. That's all you. Have fun with it. It really doesn't bother me whatsoever. Okay. But the whole thing about like the Satan or the 666 thing, that really doesn't have any effect on me because I can't be afraid of something that I don't believe in. And so I make a big joke about it because it's fun. And to be completely honest with you, I have a bunch of Christians in my chat and people of all different religions that also have fun when we play the Satan is Lord song and that we throw the 666 in the chat because we're having fun, because they understand that what I really try to do is I try to stop Christians from doing things in the name of religion that hurt other people, which is what a lot of Christian nationalists do. People that voted for Donald Trump do, right? They use Christianity as their crux for hurting other people, for talking bad about gay people or trans people or immigrants or poor people or any of the things that they do, or hurting people in other countries, right? And so they use Christianity as their ability to do that. And that is one thing that I will not allow. You can believe whatever religion you want, but you not use your religion to hurt other people.
Okay.
And I would like to very much co-sign on that, because Nemo and I are pretty much exactly the same way right here. And I grew up Catholic, very Catholic, very, very Catholic, and know a lot about it. And my parents are still very Catholic, and that's great. And I know and a lot of friends, and that are deeply religious. And I think that that's wonderful and it's beautiful. It's just not for me. It's not something that I firmly believe in anymore. And the idea of doing that is, again, just like Paulie said, it's just showing the absolute hypocrisy of the people who purport to be Christian, and yet do exactly the opposite of all the things that Jesus was like, hey, these are the important things that you guys should do, and all those people are like, no, we're not going to do any of that shit. So it's I think the stuff that Jesus said is pretty fucking awesome. He was like, hey, you should help people that are in need. You should feed them, and you should take care of them when they're sick. And you should welcome the stranger in the strange land. You should do those things. I'll love those, basically, like those things. He literally laid it out in a parable, like the parable of the sheep and the goats, where he's like, hey, if you do that, he's like, you'll get into heaven. And when I say you'll do that, like, do that for the least, like, so do that for the lowest of the low, the people that truly, truly need it. You'll go to heaven. And if you don't do that, you're going to burn in hell. He literally says that you'll be cast into the lake of fire. Jesus said that to his disciples and to a crowd of people. So, again, the fact that they're ignoring the words of Jesus Christ himself it's very disheartening, and it's very hypocritical. So I think that's why we all kind of like feel that way about it.
So it's just basically a joke, just a troll. Fake Christians, basically, that use it as a crutch.
Yes. I mean,
no real Christian has ever had a problem with anything that I say or anything that I do. Not a real Christian. The fake ones do. The real ones don't.
Yeah. All right. I get that. No hate at all. And like I said, I'm not a Christian. I do believe that when you pass away, you will go to heaven if you are worthy, but I'm not super deep into the Bible or go to church every week. So, all right. Thanks for the conversation.
Okay, friend. Well, we appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your evening, okay?
Yeah, same with you.
Okay, take care. Okay, hello. Thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay,
Twice.
I'm just going to place you on a brief hold, and we'll be right back with you. Neely, I saw your comment about the tube. That's weird. I don't know why that would be. I will try to address that if it's low over there. Also want to say thank you once again to Oya. Thank you. Oya, you're too generous. On the Blue app, it says, on Tuesday, caller who hurt you, don't you have to work tomorrow or some societal decent activity that you need to not be hungover for? I think she was talking about the last guest. I mean, he was, it's Tuesday night. It's Tuesday night, so I don't know. But that was kind of funny. Nemo, do you have any to read off before we move forward?
One second. I got one from Tammy. This is from earlier. Thank you, Tammy, for the Venmo. He said all his videos aren't from Iran. It's propaganda. Don't know what that is in reference to. And I got the one from you, Matt.
Oh, yeah, you got it. That was from our friend James. Thank you one more time, James. Appreciate you. I think Tammy must have been talking about the videos that we played from 9/11, maybe the Iranian videos. Maybe that's what she meant back then. I don't know. But anyways. All right, let's talk to this caller. Caller, thank you for holding. Can you tell us your age and state, please?
My age is 46 in Kentucky.
Okay. Why do you still support Donald Trump in April of 2026?
Well, I think that all presidents make mistakes, and I think that I don't think that Trump is making terrible mistakes that other presidents haven't made in the past. I think that in his first term, he was pretty full in terms of reaching out to a lot of countries and not getting us involved in conflicts. The Iran conflict is probably not his best spot as a second-term president, and we'll have to see what happens in the next few weeks.
Okay, that's an okay opinion, weird opinion, but okay, fine. But the question I asked though was, why do you support him right now?
Because he's the president of the United States. I would hope that I'm 46 years old. I didn't agree. I grew up in the Reagan era. I grew up in the Bush era. I grew up in the Clinton era.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 40. I'm 43, so we're pretty much we're
yeah.
the same age.
So I'm telling you that there were times that I didn't agree with Clinton. There were times I didn't agree with Bush 1, Bush 2. But I think you have to support the president of the United States, and I think that I like Trump 1 better, but Trump 2 is still doing an okay job.
Wednesday. Thank the W's for our friend Polly. Thank you, Polly, for hanging out with us. We appreciate it, friend. My friend, I understand you're kind of just going back and saying, like, talking about other presidents or what you thought about. I'm asking, what is Donald Trump doing right now that you are supportive of? Like, what are things that he's doing that you're like, I support this thing that he's doing? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I let's see how Iran works out right now. But at the same time, we have to let all of our presidents play out.
Sir, I'm listen, my friend. I'm trying to be patient here, but you just keep being really generic and kind of going into the platitudes. I've asked you now specifically, could you please tell us what is Donald Trump doing that you support? And if the answer is you don't have anything that you support, that might be a problem for you. If you can't think of something, that he's doing right now that you support as president, could be an issue.
No, you're making a good point. All right, so what do I like? I generally like Trump's international policies. But we have to take all 12 years at this point into consideration.
No, sir. There is not. Well, number one, there's not 12 years. I have no idea what that is or where that's coming from. There's 4 years previous, and there's been a year and a couple of months now.
There was another guy before him. All right, I'm sorry, 10 years. Sorry, excuse me. 10 years.
There is not 10 years, sir. Donald Trump was president for 4 years the first time, and he has been president for a year and a couple of months. That is 5
that's
years.
10 years. That's
sir.
So we're talking about Biden.
Sir,
a lot of stuff happened with Biden in between.
Sir,
a lot of stuff happened with Biden in between.
Relax, sir. Calm down. I'm trying to explain something.
Hold on. You pressed me. You pressed me.
Okay,
and you
sir,
wanted me to know.
You're. There's no reason to be upset. You're getting. Relax. We're all. Okay. Everything's fine. It's all cool. Okay. I'm just trying to understand something, and I'm also pointing out that you can't say that it was 10 years of Donald Trump's foreign policy because during the Biden...
I did not say that. I never said that. I never said that.
Then what were you referring to when you said Donald Trump has 10 years of foreign policy?
Because okay, let's go through this.
No, I don't need you to go through it. I just need a simple explanation. What did you mean when you said that?
Donald Trump has a better peace record than the president before him.
No, he doesn't. He started a war.
Okay, I understand.
Joe Biden and Barack Obama, neither of them started a war. Donald Trump started a war.
You want to talk about Ukraine? You want to talk about Ukraine?
Please tell me about how Joe Biden.
Ukraine won was under Obama.
Please stop yelling, Excuse me, sir. Please stop yelling. Number one, how did Barack Obama and or Joe Biden start those wars, number one? And number two, how many U.S. service members were involved in those wars and died?
Ukraine
that's
won.
Right. That's right. Neither of them started those wars. Neither of them started those wars, and no American service members were involved in them, and none of them died. They weren't wars that the United States was involved in, sir. They didn't start those wars. We were not involved in them. Donald Trump started the war with Iran. We are fighting them directly. 13 service members have died, and hundreds more are injured. You literally are denigrating. You literally are denigrating, sir. I'm not.
You're not letting
Sir,
me
you
answer.
haven't answered the question honestly at all. I've tried about 5 times to get you to answer the question, and you haven't been able to answer the question. You don't know why you support Donald Trump.
I do. I know exactly why. But you're not willing to talk about...
No, sir. You just want to talk about other presidents, and you want to talk about 10 years ago. You can't tell me right now.
You want to talk about the last month or two. You don't want to talk about...
Why don't we talk about the last year and a half?
Let's talk about the last 10 years, because you can't talk about the last
I can absolutely
year and a half.
talk about the last 10 years, but then what you're doing is you're inserting Joe Biden in there, and that's not right. So what I'm trying to explain, and what I was just trying to explain to you before you got upset and started before you got upset and started excuse me, sir, before you got upset and started interrupting me, that's all I was trying to explain to you before you threw your little hissy fit. So again, what I was trying to explain to you was Donald Trump doesn't have a great record on foreign policy, and the things that he's done have been pretty fucking terrible, including starting a fucking war. Okay, so when you want to talk about foreign policy, that's not a great reason to support him. He has literally fucked up the global economy. He has ruined our relationships with allies that we've had for fucking decades and decades and decades. We're on the precipice of breaking up NATO, which is one of the absolute stupidest fucking things that any president could ever do. And he absolutely fucking doesn't understand how to negotiate with anybody. So, again, what about right now is going well with geopolitics?
So what is Trump doing right now?
What is Donald Trump doing well right now in geopolitics? Why can't you just talk about current events, sir?
Okay, all right. I'll talk about current events.
Oh, God, finally.
Oh, finally. I mean, you don't want to talk about all the mistakes of your people's past. But
sir, I don't know what you're talking about, my people. We're here to talk about what's happening right now. Donald Trump has been president for a year and almost a half. God damn it, dude. Why can't we talk about what's happening right fucking now instead of relitigating what happened 5 years ago? Jesus Christ.
Because it's a basic understanding that geopolitics don't happen in 1.5 year intervals.
Except for the fact that with Donald Trump, they literally
in decade-long intervals.
Wrong. Do you know why you're wrong?
No,
because Donald Trump.
Wrong?
Okay, cool.
That's wrong.
Then let me ask you a question. Great. Then let me ask you a question. With Donald Trump, they don't, because with Donald Trump, he's an impulsive narcissist who doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. So let me ask you a question, and I just need a yes or no answer, okay? You don't have to go into anything beyond it. Did Ronald Reagan attack Iran in any way, yes or no? It's just a yes or no. No, he didn't. Did George H.W. Bush attack Iran in any way, yes or no?
Why are we talking about Iran?
I'm asking you a question. I just need a yes or no.
Can we talk about?
I just need a question. Yes or no? Nope. I just need an answer. Sir, I just need an answer to my questions. Nope. I just need an answer when I'm done with my questions. Yes, when I'm done with my questions. Did George H.W. Bush do anything to attack Iran? Yes or no? It's just yes or no, dude. We could get this done real fucking quick if you could just answer the questions.
Not George Bush.
Great. Did Bill Clinton attack? Did Bill Clinton attack Iran?
No, he attacked. He
awesome. Did George W. Bush attack Iran? The answer is no. Did Barack Obama attack Iran? The answer is no. Did Joe Biden attack Iran? The answer is no. Did Donald Trump in his first term, when he had competent military advisors around him, attack Iran? The answer is no. The proof that under Donald Trump, it only takes a year to ruin geopolitics and completely fucking upend nearly 50 years of policy in the United States. Why are you interrupting me, sir? I'm literally explaining something to you. I'm literally explaining something to you. I literally, and you didn't just listen to, and you didn't listen to what I just said, because I explained that very thing to you just now, didn't I? But you didn't listen to what I said.
Oh, no, you're not listening.
Sir, what did I just explain to you about Donald Trump's first term? In what I was just saying, I literally just explained it to you, but you weren't listening. What did I say about Donald Trump's first term? I said Donald Trump didn't even do it in his first term because he had competent military advisors around him. I am pointing out to you that because Donald Trump has no competent military advisor next to him, and he's literally just trying to do whatever the fuck that he wants, he is able to upend 50 years of geopolitics in the Middle East like that. Because what he did is he let Israel convince us that Iran was a threat when they actually weren't, even when he said that they weren't a threat. Even when Tulsi Gabbard said that they weren't a threat. When Joe Kent said that they weren't a threat. When the Senate Intelligence Committee said they're not a threat. When Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated their nuclear capabilities. That is a direct quote. Obliterated their nuclear capabilities,
right,
sir.
Can I ask you one question?
Why are you interrupting me? I'm not done talking. Then you can ask your question. Then you can ask your question. Then you can ask your question. I'll be done talking when I'm done talking. You can wait or you can hang up. I don't fucking care. Good job. Anyways, the whole point is Donald Trump can upend geopolitics in a year. So yeah, normally what we as the United States do is spend decades working on our geopolitics and our foreign policy, and we set that in motion, and president to president does their best to run it, and Donald Trump is such a fucking idiot that he did ruin it in a fucking year. Good job. That's how you do it. That's how you fuck it up in a year. Ask your fucking stupid question.
So is your only issue with Donald Trump the recent war in Iran? Is that your only issue?
Yeah, I love everything about him. I love the fact that he's a fucking rapist. I love the fact that he's committed fraud. I love the fact that he's enriching himself off the bat. Oh, no, you asked me a question. You asked me a question. I'm answering. So I love the fact. I'm sorry, sir. Yeah, when I'm done talking. I love the fact that he's enriching himself off the backs of the American people. I love the fact that he hates black people. I love the fact that he hates people of color in general, and that he thinks immigrants are poisoning the blood of America, which someone else said, a really famous guy with a weird little mustache, he said something like that. I hate the fact that he's making it okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, I love the fact that he's making it okay for people to be openly fucking racist all the fucking time, because all of the people that call up and talk to us are just literally open fucking white nationalists at that point. So it's just fucking great. I just love everything about Donald Trump. Oh, and by the way, he's running our fucking economy into the ground. Food is more expensive than ever. Prices are more expensive than ever. Gas is fucking more expensive than fucking ever since he took office, and we're in a fucking war. But, you know, just everything else about him is just fucking great, bud.
Wow.
Wow. I know, right? What's your fucking follow-up question?
Clinton's not a racist? Clinton's not a rapist?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we doing whataboutism now? Cool. Guess what?
No,
Fuck.
no,
Hey,
no,
no, bud. Hey, guess what?
No.
Hey, bud. Fuck Bill Clinton and throw him under the fucking jail. I don't fucking care. Fuck him. Fuck Eric Swalwell. Fuck that guy. I'm fucking glad he resigned, and if he did anything wrong, fuck him. I hope he goes to fucking prison. Fuck him. Now you say it about Donald Trump.
All right. So
now you say it about Donald Trump. Now you say it about Donald Trump. Now you say the same thing about Donald Trump, because guess what? The two people that I just talked about weren't found civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman yet. But Donald Trump was. So now you say Donald Trump sexually assaulted a woman and I condemn him for it. Say it. Because I just condemned Eric Swalwell
allegedly.
And Bill Clinton. No, not allegedly. He was found to have done so by a jury of his peers unanimously. It is in a civil court. He was adjudicated. Period. The end. So fucking say it. Be a fucking man, because I can do it.
No,
so stand the fuck up. Don't be a little bitch. Stand the fuck up and say Donald Trump sexually assaulted a woman, and don't fucking bitch out on it. Say it.
No, I'm not going to do that.
There you go, because you're a little bitch and you're a fucking hypocrite, because I'll stand up and I'll fucking say it about anyone. I don't give a fuck what fucking side they're on. But you'll protect your orange fucking god, because your mouth is firmly around his cock.
You know what the difference?
The difference is that I have fucking standards and morals. You, sir, do not. Thank you for on the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
How old are you? What state did you vote in?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
50, Texas.
Okay, I'm just going to place you on a brief hold. We'll be right back with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nemo. I think I need another gummy.
What?
I think I need another gummy.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm like a dipshit. Thank you, Gramingo, for the Venmo, by the way. So for new socks, well, thank you.
Oh, Drew, that was cute. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. You know what the problem is that Nemo and I talked to a couple of Zionists earlier, and I got worked up. I was already worked up. I shouldn't have done that. That's the problem. So, anyways,
yeah,
that's the problem. All right, here we go. All right, sir. Thank you for holding. Appreciate that. Why do you still support Donald Trump as of April 2026? Hello, sir. Hello, you're back with us. Hello. Hello, sir. Okay. Don't know what that was about, but okay. That's weird. By the way, thank you. Hi, thank you for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. Fuck Trump and fuck anybody who supports him.
Okay, friend.
Peace out. Thanks for what you're doing.
All right, thanks. Dope. Thank you to Melvin over on the tube. It says, Southern Poverty Law Center indicted for fraud? What the fuck? Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
It's a silly little thing.
Weird. Okay.
The summarized version is that Kash Patel, in an effort to, I don't know, appear as if he's doing something that Trump likes instead of fucking up constantly, decided he's going to indict the Southern Poverty Law Center for fraud, I guess, because they funded undercover informants in different hate groups.
Thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you and what state did you vote in?
I'm in Texas, and I'm 36.
Okay. Why do you still support Donald Trump?
Oh, I mean, I'm in favor of the Iran war for sure. Just generally, it's good policy, what he's doing. Not that he's perfect, but he's better than the alternative.
You're in favor of the Iran war?
Yeah, for sure.
What's the logic there?
Oh, well, I mean, Iran can't get nuclear weapons, and broadly, we just want to prevent World War III with China, which is really what all this shit is about, to be honest.
How are we preventing World War III with China?
We're knocking chess pieces off the board. China's
Iran
an
is a
power.
chess piece?
Iran is a chess piece, yeah. I mean, China imports a significant amount of their oil from Iran. They're still very dependent on imports of oil for their economy. They imported a lot from Venezuela. Venezuela's off the board.
Venezuela's not
Panama
off the
Canal.
board.
Venezuela's it's our chess piece now.
China's still buying oil from Venezuela.
Yeah, but the point being, if China invades Taiwan, China cannot get oil from Venezuela. China cannot get oil from Iran right now. And
they're getting oil from Iran right now.
The point is removing Iran from the chessboard. And frankly, they should not be able to get nuclear weapons. Their stated goal is getting nuclear weapons.
The stated
can't
goal.
allow them to get nuclear weapons. Their stated goal.
Iran has not stated that their goal is to get nuclear weapons.
Yes, a very prominent former Iranian official in an interview stating, obviously they were trying to get nuclear weapons. Israel went in with special ops and provided a bunch of documentation to the UN that they were trying to get nuclear weapons. That's why we had the JCPOA in the first place. Otherwise, what's the point? Like, what,
Israel
if Iran
didn't
trying to get nuclear
support
weapons,
the JCPOA.
What was the point of the nuclear deal with Obama if they were not trying to get nuclear weapons? Can you say that for funsies?
No, it was to ensure that they were just doing nuclear power.
I.e.,
it was literally a way to avoid a war.
Yeah. My point being, if Iran was not trying to get nuclear weapons, why would we do the Obama nuclear deal? Why would that exist? If they're just chilling and they just want peace, why would we do that?
Sorry, the stream froze for me for a second. Can you repeat that?
Why would we do the Obama nuclear deal if Iran wasn't trying to get nuclear weapons? That was the whole point of the Obama nuclear deal. It wasn't a very good deal, but that was the stated goal of the deal.
Stated goal of the deal was to prevent a nuclear weapon with Iran. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So why would we do that if Iran was not trying to build a nuclear weapon?
Well, they didn't appear to be trying to build a nuclear weapon, but Israel was obviously fear-mongering that they were. And so the JCPOA was used as a means of basically allowing them to continue their nuclear program while also demonstrating to the rest of the world that they were not, in fact, trying to get a nuclear weapon.
So your contention is that Israel manipulated the U.S. into giving Iran, a stated enemy of Israel, in a deal which they vehemently opposed, a bunch of money and reduced sanctions on Iran so that they wouldn't build nuclear weapons. It doesn't make any sense.
Well,
why would
number
Israel
one, hold on. You assume that Israel manipulated the U.S. into making that deal. No. In fact, it was quite the opposite. So, Barack Obama made that deal with Iran, despite Israel saying explicitly that it wouldn't work and that they didn't agree with it.
Correct.
To the point that Benjamin Netanyahu himself, in all of his entitlement and hubris, decided to come here and give a speech in our capital about how the JCPOA was a bad idea.
It was a bad idea.
How was it a bad idea?
Let me ask this. So you don't think that Iran was trying to make nuclear weapons? So let's say today. Let's say pre-Midnight Hammer. So take a year ago. Your
pre-Midnight Hammer?
Yeah. Your stated opinion is that Iran was not trying to make nuclear weapons.
I mean, they didn't. Our intelligence community literally said they weren't.
First of all, I don't think that's the case. But
oh, okay. So you're telling me that Tulsi Gabbard lied?
No, I mean, tell me who said that.
Tulsi Gabbard testified.
Iran does not want to make
You asked a question. I was trying to answer you, dude. What?
You're saying that our intelligence community said that Iran's not trying to make a nuke.
Correct.
Would you like to provide a source on that or citation?
So Tulsi Gabbard, who is the current director of national intelligence, testified under oath last year, and this March as well. Actually, no, not this March. I'm sorry. Last year, she testified under oath, and then there were a couple other testimonies that she gave, and explicitly stated that Iran was not pursuing a nuclear weapon.
Okay, I apologize. Gabbard did say that, but they were and are, or they can't really do it anymore, but they were enriching uranium far above levels necessary for civilian purposes. Right?
I mean,
the whole JCPOA
that depends on the application.
Okay, you don't need super highly enriched uranium for anything besides making a bomb. But let's ignore the bomb.
No.
Let's assume no bomb.
No.
Let's assume no bomb.
No, that's not how that works. Super highly enriched uranium meaning what? 60%?
Yeah, I mean, for civilian uses, you don't need even 60% enriched uranium.
Okay, what based on your understanding are civilian uses?
Nuclear energy.
Okay, there are other uses outside of that. What are they?
Not sure.
Okay,
Guessing
all right.
medical
So
research.
I'm happy to explain to you. So there are basically there are 3 or 4 categories essentially that run along the percentage gradient. So the first category is nuclear energy. Okay, for that you really only need about 5% enriched uranium to do nuclear power, just generating electricity. Then you jump up to anywhere from 20 to 60%. That is going to be for a lot of different applications. We're talking about medical applications because there's all sorts of different medical devices or I guess procedures in theory that require a certain level of enriched uranium. This is just a thing, right? I think that I can't think of the devices off the top of my head, but there are plenty of medical applications for it. So that's between 20 and 60. Now, the closer that you get to 60, the more that we're talking about research level and also for any type of situation where you need highly enriched uranium, but you don't, I guess, have a lot of space for it, right? The idea there is going to be for, let's say, nuclear reactors in subs or in boats, or something to that effect, small nuclear reactors. The more compact you get with a nuclear reactor, the higher the uranium is going to have to be enriched. Now, that's I guess that's category. What was that? The second category. Third category is going to be weapons. Weapons, really, that doesn't kick in until 90%.
Yeah. Again, there was no reason for the JCPOA, the Obama nuclear deal if they weren't building nuclear weapons.
Well,
the
point is
showed
that
recently in the current war that they have ballistic missiles that are capable of reaching Europe and a very wide range of countries around them.
Okay.
Right. All they
ballistic
have to do
missiles
is
are not
miniature
nuclear
up.
weapons.
I understand, but ballistic missiles carry nukes.
No, they
right?
don't. Ballistic missiles
does
carry whatever you put on the ballistic missile.
What does ICBM stand for?
Intercontinental ballistic missile.
And what do ICBMs do? What is everyone scared of ICBMs?
ICBMs, I mean, why are they scared of them? Because that means you can literally put a missile anywhere on the planet in a very short period of time. And ICBM, I mean, yeah, you're going to point to the fact that ICBMs are used for nukes, but I mean, Iran doesn't have ICBMs.
Was the ballistic missile that Iran shot recently a peaceful ballistic missile, like their current nuclear?
Okay. Do you know there are different types of ballistic missiles?
Enlighten me. What was this ballistic missile?
Sure. So let's go back. Let's go back to ICBM. You brought up an ICBM. Okay.
I did.
So IC stands for intercontinental. Okay. It's the range of that ballistic missile. Ballistic missiles are not all intercontinental, right? Because you need a lot of advanced shit for that. Iran does not have intercontinental ballistic missiles. They don't have the capability for that. Their ballistic missiles were, I think they were called intermediate range. They could reach Europe, like you're correct, but I mean, that's not exactly that far away ultimately. So it wasn't an ICBM.
No, I know it's not an ICBM. It's a long-range ballistic missile, kind of like North Korea has. And we wouldn't be concerned about their ballistic missiles if they didn't also have nuclear weapons, right?
Well, no. If Iran had nuclear weapons, then we wouldn't be attacking them right now.
Yes, I understand.
Because North Korea has nuclear weapons.
Listen, the concern currently on why we invaded Iran now because they just killed a bunch of protesters. It's a
Oh,
dictatorial.
since when do we care
terrible-
about that?
Also, we didn't invade Iran.
I'm sorry, we're bombing Iran. Why do we care about it? Trump tweeted, "Stop doing this." Everybody here was freaking out. I mean, people were freaking out more about Palestine than this, but
I mean, yeah. I mean,
nobody
with Palestine, we were literally funding the people that were unaliving children. In the case of Iran unaliving a shit ton of protesters, I mean, yeah, that's bad. Also, why is that America's problem?
So, if you had a button, for example, that could remove the mullahs from power in Iran and instate a democratic regime voted for by the people, would you press that button?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. Right. I personally think like America.
Now let me use your I'll pose the question to you. I'm gonna edit your hypothetical slightly.
Sure.
If you had a button that you could press and it would do what you said, but it also meant that thousands of American service members would be injured or dead because of it, and thousands of civilians in Iran would be dead because of it, and tens of thousands of American families would have to suffer with their service member going through any number of life-altering disabilities as a result of that campaign. Would you press that button?
I mean, potentially. Like that's the button we pressed with Japan and Nazi
That is
Germany
not
in
at
World
all
War
the
II.
button that we press with Japan.
Of course, it's the button we pressed with Japan.
No, it's not. Japan has hacked us.
Yeah, I understand. But like Japan, for example, we beat back into its own country. We didn't. We could have just had like a negotiated surrender at that point, right? Japan. Do you know why Japan hit us in Pearl Harbor? It wasn't just because we were buddies. We had embargoed Japan for what they were doing. We decided we're moral people, America. We're very powerful. We decide that we want to encourage people. We want to encourage democracy. We want to encourage positive values. We want to encourage American strength because we broadcast our morality worldwide. Like, it is a beautiful height of moral standing that Iranian, IRGC kills Iranian protesters. We're not Iranian. There aren't really any Americans in Iran, but we take opposition to that. We take opposition to people killing innocent civilians when they're protesting for democratic values, right?
Okay.
And so I think it's a beautiful thing that if you're some dictator and you're going to kill 60,000 of your own civilians, of your own people who are just peacefully protesting, talking about children, women. I mean, what they do to women over there is abhorrent to the level of unspeakable.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it's a good. I think it's a good thing that dictators are scared that
this number of people that were killed, the protesters number has just gone absolutely crazy. It was somewhere between 20 and 30,000 originally. Now it's 60,000 apparently. Also, why haven't we done anything about Putin?
Because Putin has nuclear weapons. We would do something about Putin.
Oh, Nemo, you hear that? So what the caller is saying is that Iran should want to have a nuclear weapon. In fact, we've literally now, by bombing them and starting a war with them because they don't have nuclear weapons, what do you think their singular goal is going to be moving forward?
They are going to, by any means necessary, obtain a nuclear weapon.
Man, you know what would have been really cool is if we had like this, like, oh, I don't know, like a deal in place with them where they didn't make nuclear weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that would have been awesome.
Yeah, that would have been great.
The JCPOA.
It's the JCPOA, dude.
The JCPOA is a terrible deal.
Oh, okay. Before we get back into you trying to shit on the JCPOA, you brought up all of these things about how Iran is bad because they unalive protesters and treat women badly. Therefore, what?
Therefore, I think it's a good thing that Ayatollah Khomeini is dead, and I think it's a good thing that Ayatollah Khomeini's son is in a coma. And I hope that we see
again, you're kind of dodging. Therefore, you think that we should intervene?
Yeah, I think what we're doing is right.
Okay. And so we haven't intervened in Russia because they have nukes. We haven't intervened in North Korea because they have nukes. We haven't intervened in China. Hold on.
Of course we've intervened in Russia. We're funding Ukraine actively. That's intervention.
What? That's not intervention.
That's not intervention at all. What do you... literally, they literally are just getting weapons from us. Anyone in the world can, like, almost anybody in the world can get fucking weapons from us. Literally anybody in the world does get weapons from us.
Give them... No, that's wrong. We give them all the best shit. We give them
the best shit. Oh my god,
dude! You really don't know what you're talking about. You know what we give them.
I wish.
Oh my god.
I wish that we gave them the best shit. See, here's the thing, dude.
God damn.
When Russia decided that they were going to invade Ukraine, Ukraine matters. Like that was something that really mattered to me, right? And so this shit pops off. I mean, like, depending on how you want to count, right? You can say it pops off in 2014 with the annexation of Crimea. You can say that it pops off in 2016-ish with the fighting in the Donbass. Or you can say it pops off in 2022 when they do the big invasion into Ukraine, okay?
Yeah.
So the point is that when that happened, we expected that they would fall in a matter of days. They didn't. A nation of farmers pushed back what was supposed to be the second or third most powerful military on Earth. A nation of farmers that doesn't have a navy took out 20% of Russia's navy. How do they do that? Magic. Ukrainians find some really innovative solutions to that. I don't know how a country without a navy takes out a country's navy without having a navy, but they do. Anyway, Ukraine stood up and told Russia, no, we're not just going to let you do this rehash of the Soviet Union. No. And I was very critical of Biden not giving them all the toys in the toy shop. Because Biden, and you can blame Republicans or whoever saying, oh, well, escalation, but also Biden was limited in what was given because of a fear of escalation. The fear that if we do give them all the toys in the toy shop, that Russia will respond with something else, right? Now, the point is, we weren't giving them the best shit. We've never given them the best shit. The best shit never leaves our shores. They have been given F-16s. They have not been given F-35s. They have not been given F-18s for that matter. They've been given F-16s. And they've been given intentionally gimped versions of the Abrams tank. Not the latest. Intentionally weakened versions of an Abrams. They've been given a bunch of howitzers. They've been given a bunch of just explosives, right? They are not given any of the advanced shit. Not our good. Okay?
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. And listen, I fully support the Ukrainian cause. I think what they've done is incredible. And it was a sad time watching Russian tanks roll over that border. But there is a real, I mean, it is different than Iran because there is a real risk of escalation. There's a reason we don't give them long range missiles, or we haven't for a long time. I know we've given them some limited supply. But my point being with Ukraine is, like, in the conflict of Russia versus Ukraine, we support Ukraine fighting for freedom. Would you agree with that?
But that is not intervention. Like, that's the difference. So, and to be clear, when we're talking about intervention, we're talking about American military on the ground or in the air of wherever that is, doing things unilaterally.
That's correct.
Like not negotiating with the country. Go ahead.
If we hadn't done anything, we can argue about terminology here, but if we hadn't provided, I think the most important thing, forget weapons, for any of this other stuff, the most important thing is intelligence. The American intelligence is the best. We've worked hand in hand with the Ukrainians. There's a real danger that at some point the Russians just say, we're not really fighting the Ukrainians, we're fighting the Americans, because most of their weaponry comes from America, even if it's not the best shit. All the stuff that's killing our troops comes from America. All the intelligence comes from America. They're meeting with the heads of NATO. I mean, again, it's a serious risk.
What caller? Just at it, caller.
Because we believe
caller,
in,
real quick. Just real quick. If Russia were to attack America, what would happen?
A nuclear apocalypse.
Nope. The other NATO nations would join in, and Russia would just lose the war. And even Putin doesn't want mutually assured destruction. The reason that Putin hasn't actually gone after anyone in NATO, like for real, is because he doesn't want that smoke, as the kids would say.
Yeah.
Because he knows he would get obliterated. His army is not even holding back Ukraine anymore. In fact, Ukraine has been gaining ground back since the start of the year. It's actually been kind of impressive what they've been doing. So the idea that that would ever happen, that Putin would start a war with NATO, he would be absolutely decimated. This would never happen.
That's just wrong. Not recent, but intelligence showed that there's a very real risk of nuclear war. And the Russians said that Crimea being invaded was a red line for them. We intercepted communications with the Russians that said that. You can look this up. I invite you to. That they would use if they were in full retreat.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Russia said something that sounded like a threat in a communique that we intercepted. Wow. I wonder why. Geez, holy cow. I definitely think that wasn't a bro. Come on, like, are we really doing this? Really,
it only came out far after, during the initial Ukrainian. And again, we don't have to argue about this, but I invite you to look it up because this will take a few, just for your knowledge. There's a serious risk of usage of nukes, limited nukes, right? 'Cause there are these small, weapons.
They're called tactical
nuclear warheads, miniaturized nuclear weapons. That there was a serious risk that they would use it, and they said they would likely use it if Crimea were invaded, because that for them is a hard line. And so that's a real risk. And there's just generally a high risk of escalation. Now, for you to contend that the mind of Putin, and then if we were invading Russia,
I'm not saying that I know the mind of Putin. I just want to clarify something. I'm not saying that I know the mind of Putin. I am saying that analysts who study Russia, who study Putin, who have written books on him, and the Institute for the Study of War, which is headed up by former General David Petraeus, whose name you may know, they've all said the same thing. Like, the assessments that they give about Putin is that he's a fucking, dictator. He's a piece of shit. He will just, he'd in your sleep, without a second thought, but he doesn't want to go boom, boom. And also, the oligarchs that back him, which is the reason that he is still in power, they don't want that either. If they thought for a second that Putin was going to push that big red button, Putin would accidentally fall off of a building, or his plane would have a engine failure, or I don't know. But, they don't want that either. If we got through the Cold War without Russia launching a nuke, there is zero chance that it is going to happen now. The only way that this is going to happen, the only way that this is, yes, but that's why I'm saying the only way that this is going to happen now is if we were to do it. They will not launch what, dude, there's no fucking chance. You're literally
for you to contend the fate of the world on your surety in this, When and you look at the Cold War and you say, "Oh, we didn't nuke each other. Look how great that was. We'll never nuke each other." To assume, I mean, people were hiding. People were terrified of us. People would hide kids under desks in elementary school.
That
And there
was in
a
the
real reason for that.
1960s. How old are you?
Yeah,
You're
I
in
know.
your 30s, dude.
Was,
I'm in my
there was a
40s. We never
was,
did those. Dude, we never did those fucking
no,
drills.
I know,
and
I
that's
know, dude.
because
I
in the
know.
last fucking 40 years, the threat of nuclear war has dropped fucking dramatically. This is the whole point. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. Even with Putin at the head of Russia, it's still fucking low. They are not going to do it. If they didn't do it already, they're not doing it now. The only chance that happens is with us. If they launched a tactical nuke at Ukraine, they're fucked. St. Petersburg is fucked. Like, do you understand the geography of what you're talking about? They're shooting themselves in the foot if they did something like that.
If Russia nuked Ukraine, we probably would not nuke Russia. We might say we would, but we wouldn't do that because Russia has nuclear subs off the coast of California and most of the
You think that we're not aware of Russia's nuclear subs?
I mean, nuclear subs, you know where Russia's subs are? I mean, they're essentially completely silent.
Yeah,
And
ours are more advanced, dude. So if you were talking about China,
I'm pointing a gun at you. Listen, I'm pointing a gun at you. You're pointing a gun at me.
I understand.
Like,
I understand this is the whole mutually assured destruction thing. Like, again, man, if you were talking about China, this would be a different conversation, right? Russia's military not as advanced as people like to make it out to be. It's not.
Yes, of course. It's a joke.
So okay, cool. So their nuclear subs are also a joke. That's the point, dude. So, but again, like we're talking about Russia. Again, man, us intervening, like actually using our military in a country because we don't agree with the way that country, governs.
Okay.
That is terrible.
That's terrible.
Yes.
What we did in Venezuela was terrible.
What we did. Do you think that Venezuela is governed differently today?
Yeah, they've released a bunch of political prisoners. Machado essentially just, I don't know Machado, what's her name? Rodriguez essentially just does what we tell her. That's the game. It's a good thing because we don't tell them to do anything crazy. It's just like, be chill, trade, don't be a huge dictator, right? I mean,
we were literally trying. Maduro was trying to trade with us.
The reason we put sanctions on Maduro was because he's a dictator. Was a dictator. I guess technically still is. He's in prison.
Okay.
But we're
fine. We're fine with dictatorships, dude.
Like, should we sanction evil countries? People we consider to do bad things.
Should we sanction them? Yes, absolutely.
We sanction. Great. Okay. Why is it that something like the Venezuela raid, where no American troops died, and we just kidnapped the leader, and now the people of Venezuela and Venezuelans abroad are all cheering like it's a godsend? Why is that a bad thing? What was bad there that happened?
I mean, number one, you kidnap the leader of a country, like that opens a door, dude. I'm just saying that opens a door.
He's an illegitimate
leader.
Okay,
now we're going to argue legitimacy. This is you're trying to turn this into a conversation about Venezuela. Again, we were originally talking about Iran.
Yeah.
So us intervening in a country that does not have the same set of morals that we do is not good, because oftentimes us intervening in a country involves Americans dying and that country not improving. Because the last time that... Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'd say, do you think any the way I look at it, interventions, it would be like if I saw somebody beating their wife, I would feel morally compelled to prevent that if I had the power to do so. Now,
Okay.
normally punching somebody in the face is considered not right. But if somebody's attacking somebody else and I punch them in the face, that would be considered moral, right? In the same way that us bombing Iran in a vacuum might sound like a bad thing. But Iran is a bad country. They're our enemy. They're terrible to, essentially, they're like just awful people.
Oh, okay. All
And
right.
if they got
I'm
nuked,
gonna use your hypothetical. I think it's overly reductive, but I'm gonna use your hypothetical. So
sure.
Let's say that you see someone and they're beating their wife, and you're saying, "Oh, well, I must intervene because that's the moral thing to do."
Mm-hmm.
Now, what if instead of that, you walked one city block? At the end of that city block, there's the person beating their wife, okay? But along the way, you walk by 5 people also beating their wives, and you do nothing. In fact, you buy you buy a sandwich from one of them, or you give them a sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who's beating his wife, you give that person a sandwich instead. You cheer him on, whatever the fuck, and you keep walking down to the end of the road, and then you thump your chest and say, "Oh, look how moral we had to intervene because he was beating his wife. Oh my god!" Do you see the silliness there?
I'm guessing there are a certain country is the wife beater we give the sandwich to that you're thinking of.
Many.
Which country would that be?
Saudi Arabia, Pakistan. I mean Jordan, Iraq.
Yeah,
kind of.
I mean, these aren't really our allies. The only ally there is Israel. Really,
okay. Saudi Arabia is not an ally?
I mean, Saudi Arabia is our ally. That's true. Saudi Arabia.
Right. And what's special about Saudi Arabia?
What's special about Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, they're a dictatorship, and we routinely do weapons deals with them that are measured in the hundreds of billions of dollars. And women were not allowed to drive in Saudi Arabia until I always fuck up the year on this. I think it's 2015 or 2016.
Yeah.
Something like that.
And we've been pushing for the liberalization of Saudi Arabia.
Oh, okay. We were pushing for it. We've been allies with them for decades.
Yeah.
They still allow people to be executed by stoning.
Yeah. But no, that's terrible. I think they
okay, but the point is, dude, that like if you're sitting here trying to say, well, we just had to intervene in Iran. We had to send people over there. We had to sacrifice 13 American soldiers in the pursuit of the liberalization of Iran. Meanwhile,
really
literally right across the strait, right across the Persian Gulf, we are doing deals with at least 4 countries that do the same bullshit.
Yeah. No, Iran's far worse.
Oh, okay.
Iran's so much worse.
How?
But multiple things can be true. I mean, one of the reasons we're hitting Iran is because they cheer like death to America.
Okay, North Korea routinely threatens to nuke us.
Yeah, they scream death to America.
Okay, yeah, North Korea threatens to nuke the United States on a somewhat regular basis.
Essentially, all of the. First of all, I don't think that's true, but.
You don't think it's true? Oh, okay, cool.
I thought you were the one. I thought you were the one who was like really worried about nuclear war, weren't you? You don't know
I
that.
am worried about nuclear
okay,
war.
then how do you not know that North Korea, like on the fucking regular, is like, hey, we're gonna get you guys. We're literally testing missiles to see how long they can go, or how far they can go. Excuse me, to see if we could deliver one to the West Coast. That's literally what we're doing. Testing missiles.
Yeah, but, no, but that's different.
Oh, that's different. Oh, okay, yeah.
Testing nuclear weapons is not the same as saying America is our
the literal foundation of the North Korean government is the destruction of America. is the destruction of the United States is the main stated goal of the North Korean government and its military intentions as a whole. It's quite literally based around one goal, one hope, one intent, and that is the utter destruction of the United States as a whole.
So I'm actually reading about this. North Korea's stated goal is the destruction of the United States.
Correct.
Its stated goal, the destruction of the United.
I mean, have you ever seen a piece of North Korean propaganda? Do you see what country it focuses on? Do you see how it rewrites the history of the Korean War? It rewrites the history of basically every action that they were involved in, making it so that the United States was the bad guy. The United States dropped bombs on this place, that place, and not saying that we didn't, but they just go over the top and making it up, basically changing and rewriting the history, changing the dates, making up totally fake propaganda videos that you can see in ample, YouTube videos, documentaries of people that have gone to North Korea, taken these tours, and have shown these propaganda pieces.
Yeah.
It's pretty clear what their intent is. I mean, they say it and
Yeah.
they state these goals every time they go out and launch one of these nuclear capable missiles that they love to show off that we seemingly don't give a shit about here.
Well, we do. I mean, we do care. This is the North Korea is kind of.
When's the
more or
last
less
time you heard
learned.
Trump talk about North Korea? When's the last time you heard Trump talk about their missile capabilities, their nuclear capabilities, their intent, their rhetoric? I mean, we had the whole, what was he called, Rocket Man in the first administration, but it seemingly got a lot quieter after that.
They have. I mean, they have nukes at this point. It's the ultimate deterrent. That's what we're trying to prevent with.
So it's almost like
And
Iran would
honestly,
probably be better off getting and trying to establish themselves as a nuclear power, which would probably give them more status and more power on the geopolitical stage rather than try to negotiate with a country that will just attack them during the negotiations.
Yeah.
So it's almost like the bad people in the world are almost more likely to try to get the most dramatic weapons they possibly can, even if it's not nuclear, but any of the weapons and the long-range missiles, medium-range missiles they possibly can to have the best stance on the negotiating table with the United States, because the only thing that seems to talk is weaponry. Depending on what weapon you have, it determines what you have at the negotiating table. And that's kind of what the U.S. is setting as far as the action or the goals here, and kind of rewriting it as the way that these players can play on the world stage. You have to be somebody that's crazy enough to get not only the nuclear weapons, but to threaten those nuclear weapons on the rest of the world, and then you'll get the respect.
Yeah. Well, so there's a few things going on. First of all, that's partly true, but I mean, the Ukraine war is the ultimate example of why you have to have nukes, right? I mean, Ukraine had nukes; they gave them up. So it sounds like you're a fan of Obama's foreign policy via the Iran nuclear deal. We signed an agreement with Ukraine. We promised them, Britain, France, even Russia, we agreed, if you're attacked, we will protect you.
Yes, the Budapest Memorandum. I'm aware.
We give you an absolute promise if you give up your nukes. And then they invaded Crimea and they sent us a letter like, what the frick? And we were like, oh, sorry, bud. Happens. Internal conflict, not our problem. That's what Obama called it. Internal problem, not our issue. So that was a big problem. Talk about disincentivizing nuclear weapons.
Yeah,
or incentivizing nuclear weapons.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Nemo, were you a fan of that?
No.
Cool. I'm glad that we're in agreement. That wasn't cool.
I'm glad.
Okay.
I'm glad you agree. I'm just saying, like, the point's been there since the invasion of Ukraine that you need nuclear weapons. Now, we tell everybody, don't get nuclear weapons. We will protect the world so that, there's not some random pop-off between two countries that hate each other and all of a sudden they nuke each other, and it's a huge problem that the whole world has to deal with, right? That's kind of what the U.S. does. Now, that's one point. Several point is pieces on the chessboard. Like, North Korea, they don't have an economy. It's a joke. In fact, the people love Kim Jong-un. I think I'm not even sure if the elections are rigged. I think the people just would vote for him. I think they love the guy. Versus Iran, the people hate. It's a very intelligent population. I mean, Iranians are incredibly. It is a very, very successful culture and people. They hate the mullahs. The
Yeah, but you
mullahs
know what's
do
crazy? You know what
one
has a
positive
strange way
thing.
of making a country unify is telling them that you're going to eliminate their civilization. Is telling them that you're going to eliminate their drinking
Yeah.
water. Is telling them you're
No,
going to
no, no.
eliminate their bridges and railways. That really has a way. I mean, we learned this in World War II. You can't bomb a civilian population into capitulation. You can't bomb a civilian population into turning against their government the way that we'd like to see it happen. If anything, it only strengthens them. It only brings them closer together. It only unifies them. It makes it more likely that they're going to go on with whatever they're supporting that started this in the first place.
Yeah. Well, it's a risk. I don't think in this case it's as high of a risk, just because besides the unfortunate bombing of the school that was hit at the beginning, we've been incredibly precise in Israel, etc. I've been super precise in essentially killing only the leaders, which is something that really wasn't possible until we developed our cyber capabilities.
I don't see how you could say that when we literally used outdated intelligence in that Manab school strike. Like, it was outdated
that's what I'm saying.
intelligence
That was
that led to that
That was
strike.
unfortunate mistake. The fact that we got all the leaders right at the beginning shows insane intelligence between the U.S.
What
and
is
Europe.
what does all the leaders mean? Like, this is what they've been doing. They've been throwing out numbers since the beginning of this thing, and they sound like, oh great, thousands of targets. What was the total package of targets to begin with? Okay, we've now heard from even the U.S. intelligence that even our own intelligence is suspecting that Iran still has anywhere from 40 to 70% of their drone and missile capabilities that they had pre-war. Okay, it's around 40 to 50, but if they continue to dig out these missile launches and their different sites that they had, it'll be up to somewhere near 70%. Now, that doesn't sound like a military that's been eradicated. That doesn't sound like a military that's been totally wiped out. Now, are we talking about the entire leadership and those standards? Because nothing really seems to has changed, right?
Well, I mean, we've pretty much we've essentially decapitated the leadership in Iran. And they say
No, we've made them more
it doesn't really
hardlined. We've
matter.
made it so they're closer related to the IRGC. We've made it so they're younger, which allows them to stay in power longer than the Ayatollah would have, considering his age discrepancy and difference between his son. Right. So again, we've killed their family members. We've killed children in their country. Where are they going to be more amenable? Where are they going to be more agreeable to speaking or even sticking to whatever fucking deal comes to fruition here in this plan? Like, what makes you think that they're going to be nicer? This is going to be a better regime, that they haven't already started, fulfilling their promises of retribution of anybody speaking out against this regime and trying to, kind of fumble what they have going on right now. Like, this is none of it's good for these people.
Yeah, I mean, war is war. Again, we've been super precise.
Fuck does that mean? War is war. Soda is soda. The sky is the sky. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
People die in war. Civilians die
Okay,
in
but
war.
we didn't have to go to war.
I mean, Crimea is a great example. We decided not to go to war over them invading Crimea. Was that a good or bad decision?
We didn't need to go to war. We could have just done the exact same thing that we did with Ukraine now.
Okay. Why didn't we do that then?
That's a great question. I wish we had, but
anyways,
hindsight is 2020. We're not talking about that.
No, but my point.
Anyways, your point is that you can't explain this, and so you're trying to talk about Crimea when that does not apply in this particular situation, because this is Iran in 2026, and Donald Trump didn't have to do any of this shit.
So, were you totally against the JCPOA, or were there certain sections of it that you agree? I mean, is it not better than what we have now? I mean, it seemingly we had inspectors on the ground. We had the opportunity to put cameras into these different places. We kind of followed it from the time it was extracted to the time it was finally utilized for whatever purpose it was utilized for. Like, it seems like we were in much better off, even though obviously there was stuff that we could have continued to talk about and work on than we are right now.
Yeah. So my problem with the JCPOA, my problem with the Iran nuclear deal was A, it wasn't indefinite, and B, in accordance with all those things. So it's I think it's like a 10 or 15 year moratorium on it. It didn't address the ballistic missiles. It didn't address them funding the proxies, and it gave them incredible wealth by rolling back sanctions related to their nuclear weapon development. So, like,
But we've rolled back
Incredible
sanctions
wealth.
as an effect of this war already. Not to mention the reporting that we're thinking about giving them back some $20 billion in frozen assets, which would be much more than anything handed over in these
yeah,
ridiculous talking points by the right in
I
the
I
JCPOA.
I
But let me ask you one
I
quick
totally
question:
disagree with that.
Is a
It,
short, not permanent bad deal better than no deal?
I think that right now, as things are, they will end better than we were post JCPOA. But let me explain. We were under the misconception, as we were with China becoming a rising power, that by making people wealthy, they will liberalize. This is a stated opinion of the negotiators and of Obama himself. Our hope is that they'll become rich and they'll see the fruits of will liberalize somehow, which is absurd. In the same way that we thought China, us by making them rich, they would all of a sudden stop being the CCP. They would stop wanting to invade Taiwan. They would stop putting people in concentration camps. Like, it's not reality. And so now with China, we're dealing with a powerful enemy that is countering us all over the world. With Iran, we funded a bunch of money that killed Americans. All the IEDs essentially were built by Iranians. And that funded the terrorist proxies that destabilized the region, killed American soldiers, and killed a bunch of civilians.
What are you, dude? What are
And
you talking? Wait, hold on. What IEDs are you talking about?
They say that that Khomeini was the founder, the originator of the roadside bombs, and the IEDs that they built directly went to kill American troops, in which in some way, shape, and form is apparent and true.
No,
but I think
no, Brian, you're right about that. I know, but I'm saying, like, how are we drawing a direct line from the money from the JCPOA to IEDs being used on Americans, because that timeline doesn't really work so well?
But this is what we're funding.
No. I'm asking you, because I understand the point about IEDs, but there was no opportunity to use them on like, that's not a thing.
So you're saying since the JCPOA was signed, there was no more.
Yeah, what are we talking about? Like, it's not like this was 20 years ago. Feel like you're really reaching here.
Why would
Well, this is the we've been at war for 47 years type of bullshit that they have to get Americans to believe in order to justify the actions that now we're seeing. Because if you don't feel like you're under imminent threat, if you're not really pissed off and thinking that there's like some nefarious action still going on around the world that's leading to like mass casualties in the U.S. military, then there's really no justification for what we're seeing here. And you can tell that by the tap dancing that you're seeing on the right.
Well, I'll tell you what, caller, I have a friend here who has some experience in this area. Hello, Oya, how are you, friend?
Hi.
Did you want to give your credentials to the caller?
Yes, I'm active duty and I actually work in logistics.
Oh, hey.
And the thing that I do is I make sure currently right now that everybody on a certain part of the world has what they need in order to go to real time. I don't know if I can say that word. Can we say
war?
Yeah, you can say it. That's fine.
Okay, I don't know what we can say.
I can say it for you because TikTok doesn't even understand when I say war what I'm saying. So we can. Yeah.
So actually, thank you so much, by the way. So actually, your theory or the misinformation that you're spewing, talking about, like, even though part of it's true, you're forgetting them, like you're forgetting parts in what you're talking about. Because, oh Jesus, and I hate getting into this subject. When did we start like meddling in Iran's in their like government? When did we start doing that? Who did that? Which one of the presidents made a military member take the fall for that. And fuck Ollie North.
Yeah, I think I know what she's talking about. The prime minister that the U.S. supposedly knocked out of power pre-Ayatollah Khomeini
That
and
is
helped
not
reinstate.
Actually, she was talking about the Iran-Contra affair. That's what Oyo was specifically talking about. But yes, we also did do a little regime change of our own in 1953.
Yeah.
Funny how they left that out. The Trump administration left that out of the little spiel when they were going through all of the supposed history of all this.
Listen, we've made mistakes. I mean, back then, like we funded all the Islamic terror groups that became like the Taliban in Afghanistan against the Russians. Like we were fighting the Cold War at the time. We made mistakes, just like the Iraq War was a mistake. Like us believing we could nation build in Iraq was ridiculous.
But this one isn't. You still want? You're not on the side of this one
is intentional.
The reason I think
this one is
different
violating Geneva Convention like laws. Like you get, you understand that when we unprovoked attack a country, how that makes us look, right? Like right now, we do not look good. Japan is mad at us. Australia been mad at us. They even sold Canada. I think it's called what's the thing that we use for intel systems between Boston? I'm pretty sure you know, but like it's a server that we use.
You're talking about
between.
5 Eyes?
Yeah.
The Intelligence
Australia,
Committee?
Yeah.
Intelligence Organization?
Yes.
Yeah.
Australia sold that, a key piece of technology involving that like puts us ahead and that we can use for our own intelligence. They sold a key piece of technology to Canada for pennies on the dollar because of what Trump did beforehand. We don't look good right now. Like in Japan, there are people throwing freaking like.
It's not just Japan; it's the entire Asian Pacific market right now is screwed.
Where I'm
Not
at.
only
I'm
that,
sorry.
but the European market as well is, it's even filtering into people that don't want to talk about politics so much. Where like even the automotive YouTube side of things is having to talk about how they're paying over $10 a gallon, the equivalent over in Europe. Not only that, but they have limitations on how much they can fill up, how many liters of petrol they can get at a time. So again, this is having huge impacts, and I'm looking for it now. But this has already been kind of determined to be the greatest fuel crisis in history, considering there's been some 600 million plus barrels taken off of the market, which is, again, a lot of people are paying the price, a lot more than even you and I here at the United States. When you go to the pump, you're seeing that, astronomical in the way that you try to live your life. Diesel's even worse. But again, there are a lot of people paying the price a lot more that rely heavily, if not totally, on the Strait of Hormuz to get their goods, to get their oil. So again, this is having huge impacts all over the fucking place.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the question is, what cost are we willing to incur to remove Iran, and is it worth it? I would contend that it is. And I would contend that it is.
You're putting up an entire population of entirely different countries and saying, okay, we're going to put you at risk. We're going to ruin your lives. We're going to make it so that you can't sustain yourselves, so that we can obtain our goals that we think will be beneficial to us somehow in the long run. Like you can't just you don't just risk. You don't just subject people to that harsh treatment, to that sort of it's like corporal punishment. You know what I mean? It's like generalized punishment for the world until we can get done what we need to get done. Just hold off a couple fucking months. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean.
And by the way,
there was a huge spike. There was a huge spike in oil prices post. And I'm sorry to interrupt. There's a huge spike in oil prices post Russia invading Ukraine. Did we say, oh, we're not going to sanction Russia because we're going to put a burden on a bunch of people? No, there's a huge spike. We sanctioned the fuck out of Russia because we said it was the right thing to do, right?
And then we took those when the price of a barrel of oil spiked, we took those sanctions off because it was convenient for the president. Anyways, Oya had a question for you.
I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah.
Real quick, Oya wanted to go. 1 sec. Right. What were you going to say?
No, do you think? I'm just showing.
Do you not understand that, like, when we unprovoked, when we attack somebody unprovoked, based off of intelligence that was not yet confirmed and that's been spreading misinformation for like I don't know how many presidents. Do you understand that like it not only affects like our economy, but it affects like other people's economy? And these are not just like things that like, oh, all is fair in love and war. No, these are like we have to work with these countries.
Well,
We
they're
have soldiers
allies, economic
staying
trade
in
partners.
countries. Yeah, we have soldiers staying in those countries. And then also like we do military stuff with these countries. And now these countries are looking at us like, oh, fuck you guys. Like, you guys are fucking assholes.
Plus, it's a big way in how we sustain our GDP. I mean, look at who we trade with, look at who we buy from, look at who we sell to. I mean, it's not doesn't take a huge imagination to see how detrimental this could be, especially the longer it goes on.
And of course, there's a significant risk of long-term oil shock. I still think this is going to work out just well, and I think that the cost is worth
It's
the reward
not though.
But hold on, what does that look like? Because you can, it's easy to say that, but what does that look like to you? Because like I was just saying, there's a lot of right wingers that were doing a lot of fucking tap dancing and moonwalking, like Michael fucking Jackson, saying, "Oh, look at the price of oil come down." Meanwhile, it was still at $82 to $84 a barrel. What was it before this war started? I guarantee it was a lot lower than that. It was about $50 to $55 a barrel, if I'm not mistaken. So you're actually celebrating a $30 increase in the price per barrel from where we were just before we started bombing this. So it's like, what does it look like to you to come out of this on top to make it worth it?
I mean, we need to see either the removal fully of the mullahs or the placement of like a U.S. more pro-U.S. Leader amongst the existing Iranian regime that will.
And you think that's something that's a possibility?
Potentially.
I'm sorry, Matt. Now I'm gonna stop speaking very politely.
Okay, friend.
Because I just don't think 2 + 2 = 4 to collar. So let me lay this out straight. If you bite the hand that feeds you, you're going to get dealt with. If you fuck around, you're going to find out. The only reason why America is the way America is, and all these like first world like problems and like issues and shit like that, is because of the connections that we make. We rely on good connections in order to sustain what we have. Like I don't understand. I don't know if you're daft or like I don't understand like what you're not understanding.
See, the way I look at it is it comes down to, unfortunately, who has the biggest stick and who's the most powerful. And I think if the U.S. was a descending power and was weak,
we don't have the biggest
allies,
stick. Once again, we do not have the biggest stick.
We're working with a mushroom here, bro.
Here's the caller.
Not to bring up Russia again, but just talking about our allies, right? There's a beautiful video of Trump with Merkel across
Said
the table.
nobody ever.
And he says, do not build the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Do not make yourself reliant on Russian gas. This will kick you in the ass. The Russians are not your friend. Do not do this. So our allies don't even listen to us. We're trying to strategically position ourselves well, trying to say, do not make, you're our allies. We support you. We carry the military burden of NATO. Do not make yourselves reliant on Russian gas. They did it. Look at what happened. Russia used it. I don't think if they were reliant, Russia would be as likely to have invaded.
Do you
Ukraine.
know, caller?
And then we came out.
Caller. I hate to break this to you because we're talking about the United States of America. That's all well and good. That's fine. Why? Because to piggyback off of Oya's point, because it's a really good one. Why are we able to remain number one? What is it?
Because we have the best military in the world.
It's no.
Holy shit, if you think
economy.
we got the best military, let me tell you what just happened Monday. I had a fucking guy pass out after taking his ADHD medication and fucking pre-workout in the middle of the PT field. and shit his fucking pants.
Listen,
we do not
hey,
have
you're
the best
not.
motherfucking military.
Oh, you can't expose Pete Hegseth like that.
Yeah,
You're not allowed to tell
don't do that.
stories behind the scenes of Pete Hegseth.
No shit. Y'all see it every day on CNN.
Now listen. We might have the most expensive military equipment in the world, but we don't have the largest in terms of people. That's number one. But number two is there's two things that are making sure that America is able to remain where it is. Those two things really and truly are the strength of our dollar and our debts not being called in, and oil and our access to it. Without those two things working well, we're fucked. And it doesn't matter how great our military is. We can go and bomb whoever. Like that's all well and good. But we can't go occupy other countries and take what we want. Like you do realize we don't have a force, an armed force to do that, right? Like we're not a country that like we're like, oh hey, we're the best military in pretend we're the best military in the world and we can just go and take what we want from other countries. We can't.
Unfortunately, I think
was that right?
I said unfortunately I think we're still built for the last wars.
Yes.
Because as we've seen here, it's getting ever more embarrassing for Donald Trump to consistently say that he's taken out the Navy, the Air Force, 15,000 targets, this person, that person, yet he's still getting his fucking ass raked over the coals. With the Strait of Hormuz, he's still yet to feel the pain of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait if they activate the fucking their proxies in Yemen with the Houthis. He's getting his ass wiped with the fucking propaganda, with the Lego videos. I mean, he's getting his ass handed to him on pretty much every fucking front right now by a person, by a country. He says he's totally fucking already eliminated as far as their military capabilities. So
and
I don't know if it gets more embarrassing than that.
He talks a lot of shit. But
but Carl, the other thing the other thing I was going to say is that if you think that we can do anything with Iran, you do realize that they have 600,000 active duty IRGC and 400,000-ish in reserves. That's 1 million members of the IRGC. We're not invading. We're not invading Iran. You understand that, right? We're not invading them. Aside from the fact that the terrain is so inhospitable, like that would be a major problem. It's mountainous, the deserts, the weather. Like there's so many different issues with it. Aside from the fact that they have 1 million fucking people. Maybe that's why Trump didn't rule out a draft.
No, I promise, Matt. These battleships he's building are going to be a game changer. They're going to be because they have not been obsolete since just before World War II anyway. Because believe me, those battleships can definitely suffice, under like several drone waves, several missile attacks. They'll be all set. They're not sitting targets.
I don't want to invade Iran.
Caller, do you know that less than 1% of American-born citizens join the U.S. military? And we just kicked out all the trans service members. Do you know how many trans service members there were? Like, I don't understand how you think a country with conscription and a country without conscription, somehow we're gonna fucking win. Like, no. That's not how that works. We're in a recruitment crisis. That's why I need you to get down to the U.S. Army fucking recruiting office and go sign up. Since you talking all this shit and you believe so hard and you're displaying the Army values right now, I need you to go and fucking enlist because I'm tired of hearing you talk out your ass and not know anything about what the fuck is really going on.
I just think he's got an outcome in his head and he's trying to draw conclusions to get us to that. But again, anybody that's not recognizing like a piece of Russian propaganda that like determines that they're gonna, just have this little piece of intel found out and people can see this where they're threatening, to retaliate with tactical nukes. If anybody was to go into Crimea, doesn't that not sound like tactically beneficial to the Russians if people think, if anybody goes into Crimea, that nukes are going to be coming into play? Like, just thinking logically, like, wouldn't that make sense to be like, maybe Russia wanted us to hear this. Maybe that's what they want us to think, right? And like, wouldn't that be like a second thought?
It was intel we considered to be true enough to where I don't even remember the guy's name, who was the head of the Department of Defense, now Department of War at the time, like was like, this is a red line for us. You better not fucking do this. It was a very serious.
If I had a dollar for every fucking red line that Russia has detailed that the United States has already crossed, I wouldn't have to be sitting here on TikTok or doing live streams every day to feed my fucking face, okay? We've crossed every red line imaginable, and they haven't done dick.
Facts.
Look, just to step back from Russia with Iran. My point being, just broadly.
You're going to hit for the cycle here, bro. I think we've touched on every country on the planet at this point. What about Papua New Guinea? What have they done historically that
let's just back up a little bit and we need to talk about the British Empire, okay? All right.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Transnistria?
Can we wind it up and do Pangea? Then that would be great.
Yeah, we could really settle this all in one.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I bring this up as examples to prove the point. But listen, Iran, as I said, all this is about preventing World War III, right? It's about maintaining American hegemony. It's about ensuring that American interests, which are generally moral interests, are, as expanded worldwide as possible. That comes down to deterrence. That comes down to us maintaining like all the chessboard pieces to disincentivize China from doing something like invading Taiwan, right? We generally ensure the peace of the world.
Do good things typically happen in unstable geopolitical times? I'm just curious. Like, when is the last great moment that's happened in like the most unstable geopolitical times we could think of? Because I'm pretty sure back in like the 30s and 40s, everybody thought Germany was doing real well until it wasn't. And then all of a sudden, like this weird guy who was weird before didn't become weird anymore. And people are like, hey, maybe we'll look to this guy for his strange ideas. It's not so bad. But you know what I mean? It's
actually,
like
Germany in the 30s is a great example. A bunch of people didn't want to do it needed to be done. He invaded Czechoslovakia, and they go, okay, well, don't promise to invade anybody else.
Well, I'd say Chamberlain kind of gave him that one with the 38 Munich Agreement, right?
Yeah, but it's just like
peace in our time, which is actually that's a good fucking connection we just made, because any deal right now, in my eyes, that Donald Trump is going to make is going to be worse off than the JCPOA was. They're going to make Iran more powerful on the geopolitical stage. The rest of the world is going to have to respect their control that they're going to have over the Strait of Hormuz, whatever that may be coming out of this. And it's going to be like a Neville Chamberlain 38 Munich Agreement coming back waving this white piece of fucking toilet paper you can wipe your ass with, talking about how peace has been achieved in our times and this problem has been solved. Again, a problem that wasn't a fucking problem until you went in there with fucking BBNet and fucking Yahoo. But other than that, I have no opinion.
They're part of the anti-America coalition. They are a significant industrial power, significant source of oil. They have the second most oil reserves in the world. And the reason they're not a power is because we've done everything in our power to stop them from doing so. We've sanctioned the fuck out of them. At every step of the turn, we're against them because they're not our friend. They're our enemy. There are enemies of U.S. liberalism, all the things that you consider moral, even though we disagree about this specific point. I think we're agreed on, we don't want World War III. We're pro-liberal values, pro, equality of women, et cetera, et cetera. My contention is that it's important that we make our enemies as weak as possible.
If we were pro-equality of women, we wouldn't be voting for the people that are in office right now, because Christian nationalists don't even want women to be able to vote anymore, bro.
Like I've heard so much fucking bullshit. It's in the fucking five. Like, I forget what the justifications, like, what is the red lines again that you will use as a justification to say this was worth it? Like, again, what is the metric? Are we going to see lower than $55 a barrel than we were just before this? Are we going to see lower gas prices? Are we going to see what are we seeing from this? Yeah.
It's moral and strategic reasons. Iran was at its weakest point.
Dude, self-interest is not fucking moral, and I need you to not conflate the fucking two. Please, you have already referenced Schmittler Germany. Like, please, for the love of God, I don't go to therapy until fucking Thursday.
I'll
I
take a hit
need
on that one.
you.
I feel like I entered that one into the convo. I think you just worked off that, so I'll take default on that one.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that actually. Yeah, I mean, is it selfish strategically for us to maintain hegemony? Of course. I mean, the unfortunate truth is that if we were not top dog, the world would be worse. If China were the major power, the world would be worse. They do terrible things across the world.
So let me just speed run this, because like I know that you were angling for this argument, and I was basically just trying to get you to take a few firm stances so that I could make you regret talking to us. So okay, I'm gonna speed run this. The U.S. has been the global hegemon since end of World War II, or absolutely since the end of the Cold War. So that has been the case. Okay, and the reason that we are the global hegemon is not because of military power; it's because of economic power. It's because of our alliances. Our military is a secondary thing, right? There's people like the carrot; they don't like the stick. The stick only works for a brief period of time. So soft power has legs; it lasts. Hard power does not. The Soviets learned that. They did hard power. We did soft power. Hard power failed for them. Eventually, it did. The Soviets didn't last. We did. And that's because of soft power. Now, we did also do hard power bullshit in the Cold War. We absolutely did. But if you look at that, if you look at those instances where we did hard power bullshit, you will find that most people today will look at that and say those were mistakes, or those ended up not benefiting us. What am I talking about? Korea, Vietnam. Those were examples of hard power bullshit, okay? In Korea, literally have the peninsula still to this day divided. In Vietnam, guess who is in control of Vietnam? The Communist Party.
The French. Shit.
Yeah.
Right?
They're actually our buddies. The Vietnamese are one of our major allies, but Korea wasn't.
You're right, but we are now working with the Communist Party in Vietnam. Like that's the thing, dude, is that we went into Vietnam, one, because of the French, but two, because we were trying to contain communism. We didn't contain the communism. The communists run Vietnam. All that we did was send tens of thousands of Americans to their graves. And
I agree.
We didn't gain anything from it, other than like a whole generation of people with PTSD that didn't need it, right? That's what we gained from it. Those are examples of us doing the hard power thing. Not to mention, during Vietnam, us doing carpet bombing campaigns in Cambodia and Laos, which to this very
we never were there, Nemo. Shh.
Right? To this very day, literally to this very day, in 2026, you can find headlines in Cambodia and Laos of people losing a limb or dying because of unexploded ordnance that was dropped during Vietnam, during like in the 60s and 70s. Like that's how long ago it was. And children are losing their legs or their arms or their lives because of something that was dropped before their father was born. That's how crazy this shit is. But the point is, that is hard power. And hard power doesn't work. It doesn't work in the long term. Soft power does. That's why the US was the global hegemon. And what you are now advocating for is to do hard power, because that's what we're doing right now, is hard power. We are using our big fucking military to try and impose our agenda upon a country that was open to negotiation, but did not really trust us and didn't like us, and I understand why. And so you're saying that, well, we're trying to take a piece off of the board. Venezuela is still on the board. The only difference that came from Venezuela is that now the sales that they make to China are more expensive. That's it. That's the only thing that changed. All that means is, one, Venezuela is getting more money. Two, prices for anything made in China increase. And anything made in China means it's probably going to end up being passed along to us because we increased input costs. That's not good.
So,
okay? So that's
actually,
number one. Number two, you're saying that Iran is the other piece on that chessboard, taking Iran off the chessboard. Number one, Iran's not going off the chessboard, just like Venezuela's not going off the chessboard. Iran will still make sales of oil to China. That is going to happen. The only difference is that now it will be more expensive, meaning that Iran will be making more money, and China will yet again increase cost or increase the price of whatever they are manufacturing because input costs increase. That is only hurting us. And in the process, what we have done is show the entire world, our allies and enemies alike, that nuclear weapons guarantee sovereignty, nothing else. Not international law, not treaties, not promises, not anything. The only thing that guarantees sovereignty is a nuke. So what does that mean? That means that there are at least 3 or 4 countries that are going to be hell bent on getting a nuke. Now, not just Iran. The Saudis are going to want it. The Saudis are absolutely going to want it. Ukraine is going to want that shit. All that we have done is guarantee nuclear proliferation. South Korea and Japan are talking about that shit now. And I mean, again, I kind of understand.
And what if
you're saying that we're doing this, like this is a grand strategy to try and curtail this rising power of China? We are responsible for China being a rising power. And also, we are responsible for not curtailing China because we can't get out of our own way. Because China is literally just sitting there. They're just sitting there, dude. They are literally just sitting there waiting. They are not sending their military into places. What are they doing? They're sending diplomats into places. They're making deals. They're doing what we did in the 20th century, and they're doing it better.
Even the dogs like this.
We are doing what the Soviets did in the 20th century. And what is that going to get us? That's going to get us where Russia is today. Just a shadow of a former empire with a fuck ton of tanks out in the middle of nowhere and nothing to show for it other than an oligarch class. We will not be the global hegemon if we continue to do this shit. China, again, we have pissed off the entire world. We were already pissing off the entire world before this because of tariffs. Now we're pissing off the entire world because we just clamped down on one of the vital arteries of the planet for no fucking reason. And now everyone's pissed off at us. Asia despises us. China looks really fucking attractive right now to all of the Asian partners. All that we are doing is making China look better because we can't help but look like shit. So if your stated goal is for the United States to be the global hegemon, then we need to stop what the fuck we are doing, because it didn't work in Afghanistan, it didn't work in Iraq, it didn't work in Iran, it didn't work in Vietnam, it didn't work in Korea. This shit doesn't work.
Yeah. Historically, all military action works in Afghanistan. It's been really good for a ton of different countries.
Right?
So what I'll say is first, like, I saw you guys talking with the last guy. I thought I wasn't going to like you. I actually do like you guys. You guys are funny. Even though we disagree about the banner, I think we have similar priorities, which is maintaining U.S. hegemony, although we disagree about how exactly that happens. My belief is that if we weren't powerful in the hard power way, soft power is important. If we weren't powerful in the hard power way, like if we were, let's say, subservient, like let's say, like in the power dynamic of our alliances with our allies, Germany was top dog, or the UK was top dog, or Australia, whatever, Japan was top dog. Like you essentially can't guarantee.
But why is that the first alternative you turn to, as opposed to negotiating again in the soft power that Nemo's talking about and not engaging in the war? Like, why does it hop right to all of a sudden we're not the top dog? You know what I mean? Like that seems like a big discrepancy between the two. There's a lot of room in between. Hey, going to war, and then all of a sudden we're just not the top dog. Why? Because we don't shoot first and ask questions later.
No. What I was getting to is, you're talking about our allies ensuring our continued power. Like the allies are key to continued U.S. hegemony, right? Is that is that a correct understanding of?
Sorry, I thought that was rhetorical.
Yeah.
Like I think that all of those allies essentially don't give a fuck about us if we weren't carrying a big stick with the best military in the world and the best economy in the world and the most power in the world, right? I mean,
but by your standards, we still do have those things, and they hate us. Like by your standards, we still have the big stick. We're wielding it right now. We still have the best military. We're using it right now, and they fucking despise us at this point in time.
Yeah.
They may not be saying it specifically outright in front of cameras, but that's what's going on.
The polling coming out of Canada and like all these other countries is very sad to see because they just like the insanity is crazy.
But you knew it was coming. It was the same thing in his first administration. Go ahead, Matt. Sorry,
no, it's okay. I just wanted to because I know Oya you wanted to add something, right? What did you want to say, friend?
I just want to make this point very fucking clear, right? The last people to freaking use full force like this and just started, berating freaking places in different countries. Oh, whoa, I wasn't gonna go there. Jesus Christ, have some decorum.
Outcast said it, not me. Blame them.
Got 2 sons dropped on their ass. And now is legally not allowed to have a full force military.
Yeah.
So do you think by history that we can deduce that is not a good like this is not prison. We don't need to like show force. Like, no, we don't like, I don't understand what you're not understanding. We do not, if you act like if you're being a dick is not going to make your dick bigger, like at all. It won't.
No.
It won't.
True.
No, I think
she said it won't.
No, I know. I'm a very average sized guy, but
whoa.
Like
Jesus. Damn I here, Chief.
Calm down. Don't get excited. But the truth is we are making strategic plays. We reestablish our control over Panama.
This is not strategic. This is throwing shit at a wall and watching like it fucking slide down. There is nothing fucking strategic about listening to a freaking Netanyahu Nazi that has been telling America for years that, oh, Iran's going to do this, Iran's going to do that. Like, there's nothing strategic about that. There is nothing strategic at all about that. And then just going willy-nilly and fucking goddamn just nuking people. Like that, no, it's nothing, there's nothing strategic about that at all. What is strategic is understanding that Tulsi Gabbard already told us in front of Congress that they had no nuclear capabilities. They were not a threat. The person that he put in charge of intelligence told us that. The same person he nominated.
Caller.
Can I just say I love the southern twang that comes out when you get angry? Sorry.
Yeah. Caller. No, caller. Hang on. No, caller. I got it. No. Wait, hold on. I need you to hear something right now, okay? I want you to, are you listening? Mm-hmm. I got a clip to play for you. Listen to this.
Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 decades.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Who said that and when did he say it?
Bibi Netanyahu, 2004, maybe 2003.
1995, and the clip was cut off, but it was 3 to 5 months, is what he said.
That's close.
Bro was a dust in the fucking
space. You were 10 years off, but that's okay. But so that was Bibi Netanyahu 30 years ago. Now, if you heard us talk to the last guy, then maybe you heard us go through the fact that Reagan, George H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and even Donald Trump in his first term didn't go after Iran, despite the fact that Israel for 30 fucking years has been trying to say this and trying to do this. This wasn't strategic. This is a fucking idiot who fell for propaganda from Israel.
Yeah.
And he's the only president, and he is the only president to do so since the Islamic Revolution. Republicans and Democrats have all held the same foreign policy line on Iran. No matter what they thought, they've all held the same line. The reason being, they knew it would happen in the region if they went ahead and unilaterally attacked Iran. And they knew it would happen with, like, the Strait of Hormuz and what it would do economically to us, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Is he familiar with the reporting of the meeting that Netanyahu had with Mossad and Trump? Caller?
Sorry, tell me about it.
Just the reports of the meeting that Netanyahu had with Trump and a few other of his cabinet members, in which they gave him some sort of slideshow presentation how everything was going to go swimmingly. Iran wasn't going to have the ability to strike any of U.S. bases. They definitely fucking sure as fuck weren't going to take over control of the Strait of Hormuz. And Donald Trump came out of that basically like, oh, fucking done deal. Awesome. Sounds great.
They basically gave him like a fucking pitch deck, like legitimately, with like graphics and shit, like not like you would normally do with a strategic planning, but literally a fucking pitch deck, right?
And the worst part is, as decrepit and idiotic as the rest of the people that were also in the room were, they came out of it being like, this is fucking ridiculous. Like, we ain't gonna do this shit, right? And Donald Trump and Netanyahu came out of that fucking putting his hands together as fucking fast as he could, knowing that he already had Trump in the palm of his fucking hands, because he could tell just by his reaction.
So my point,
yeah,
that's okay. My point, no, because that, Brian, a great point. But my point here, caller, is that encapsulates it right there. Every single other president, no matter what their party affiliation, no matter their thoughts on geopolitics, no matter anything, they all wouldn't touch this. They knew it was a live wire. They knew it was a mistake. They knew it was a bad idea. Donald Trump isn't some innovator. He's not some great strategist. He's just a fucking idiot who fell for propaganda because he's an idiot and a narcissist. And Netanyahu knows how to stroke his ego, we'll say.
Sure. He's good at that. But let me just address the points. You said you played the video of 1995.
Do you want to hear some more?
They're going to build nukes.
I know that video's like 3 minutes long.
You do understand that the U.S. The reason that the Iranians don't have nukes is because the U.S. has been actively doing shit like Stuxnet. You familiar with Stuxnet?
Doing what? You're breaking up. What?
God bless you.
Stuxnet. Do you know Stuxnet?
Yeah.
Matt, go ahead and drop me before I get his flag, please, for the love of God.
What? You really want me to jump?
I gotta go. I can't.
All right. We appreciate you.
She got rules and regs and shit.
W is for our friend Oya, halfway across the world. We love you, friend. Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate her. No, but like we've been actively sabotaging their nuclear enrichment capabilities forever, which is part of why they never developed nuclear weapons. It's also kind of like
what the fuck are we doing at war?
It's like a leverage tool.
So what? Why are we at war then? If we're good,
I told you the reason we're at war is because at a certain point, Iran builds up enough conventional weaponry, like ballistic missiles, that make it, and Shahed drones that make it impossible for us to do what we did.
So not nuclear. So you just everything you just said, not one of those touches base with the nuclear aspect of what we were talking about.
Once you build all that conventional weaponry capability, they can just build nukes and we can't do anything about it. Besides the ground.
Whoa! How does conventional weaponry translate into nuclear weaponry?
No, it doesn't. But it's enough of a deterrent.
You just said if you build enough of that conventional weaponry, it leads to nuclear weapons.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that once you have enough of that conventional weaponry, you can essentially ensure that we can't do what we did recently, right? Like all of the conventional weaponry we've used to destroy or partially destroy or minimally destroy, whatever you want to call it, their military capabilities and kill their heads, we really would not be able to do if they built out very sophisticated and extensive ballistic missile capabilities and conventional weaponry that would ensure that they can just make nukes and we can't do anything about it besides invading them, right?
No.
No, you don't think that's possible?
Well, because that you're using two different lines of logic here. So line one is we've been preventing them from obtaining nuclear weapons by doing like, I don't know, spycraft, cat and mouse type shit. Yeah. Like, I mean, like you brought up Stuxnet. That's an example of that, right? So
yeah,
that involved no military action whatsoever. You know, Stuxnet, but it was literally malware, and it was us fucking with a sensor on a centrifuge. Like that's all that was. That was purely software. So, I mean, you're saying that we've been doing measures like that, which has been staving off any nuclear weapon development. During that time, they've also been building up their supply of Shahed drones and, you know, fuck knows what else. But that's irrelevant because, again, if they can't develop the nuke, it doesn't matter.
Right. How does that affect the malware?
No, but two different points. The first one was just that we've been actively sabotaging the program and preventing it. It's been like an ongoing concern. That's why we did the Obama nuclear deal, because they thought that they were going to do it, right? And we pulled out of it, or Trump pulled out of it, because his belief was that it was a shitty deal. I agree with that belief. And I think China, and I bring up China in this case, and I brought it up earlier, because that's an example of you making your enemies rich leads to bad things. And I think we both agree that China being an ascendant manufacturing power is a bad thing. With Iran,
just as a quick general point, is it typically beneficial to end something before you have a replacement for that something, or is it typically beneficial to leave that, even if it's, you know, minimally beneficial in some way, shape, or form, till we have some sort of, you know, replacement? You know, say a bit like healthcare and shit.
The reason we did that is because we reinstated sanctions immediately and cut off the source of wealth. Like that was the point, right? Like you don't make your enemy. That's like the trade-off. Like, okay, well now we lose access to the cameras. We no longer have like nuclear folks, whatever the regulatory commission is at the UN, walking through these facilities. But we know that when these clauses sunset and they can just start enrichment again legally, what do we want them to in 10 years? Oh, now you get to build up wealth over 10 years. And now you can just
I know, but what you're saying is we would rather have nobody in there to take a look, and let's just let them do what they want to do until we have some sort of fucking solution.
Correct.
You know what I mean? That sounds stupid to me.
Correct.
Wouldn't
Like
you want
China,
at least some? Wouldn't you want some, at least some eyes on there, some sort of control, sort of way to report back as to what's going on until you have a replacement for that fucking thing?
Obviously, it's preferential, but I think that I think it's better to make your enemy weak and poor instead of having people walking around the nuclear facilities while they just amass wealth.
But we've given them more geopolitical power. They've never been more powerful geopolitically right now. Countries in this world don't have. Yes.
Iran is more powerful today. Iran
absolutely,
is weaker.
Absolutely.
They clamped down on the Strait of Hormuz.
They have a literal free open waterway under their control, stating that they have to pay $2 million a ship, use the fucking the stated routes that they have to use. They have to call the Iranian fucking IRGC and be like, hey, this is where we're coming from. This is where we're going to. This is what we're carrying. Can we pass? That sounds like a little bit more power than they had prior to this war, right? I mean, again, taking out their Navy, which, again, when's the last time you heard that the Iranian Navy did something fucking spectacular? You know what I mean? When's the last time you heard the Iranian Air Force doing something spectacular? Like, it seems the way we wasted a lot of time, energy, and resources taking out targets that really had no benefit or utilization as far as what was actually going to affect us.
Yeah, the closing of the Strait of Hormuz is not like, doesn't make them powerful. It's something they could always do. That's always been their leverage. Oil is always
okay,
been
but
their leverage.
now it wasn't. There's a difference between the possibility of them doing it and them actively doing it, right? Now they are actively doing it. And so that is them demonstrating their power, because all that they have to do is just asymmetrically say, hey, it's closed. Yeah. Oh, you think you're going to go around it? Yeah, we got mines. We got gunboats. We got boom, boom. We got lawnmowers that fly through the fucking air and then blow up. Like we got all sorts of little devices that are going to make any cargo company not want to risk putting a ship through there. No way in hell.
Can we at least find some common ground and say that it was ridiculous and stupid militarily to not have some sort of plan in order to mitigate what was going to be an obvious retaliation by Iran? Obvious, I say, because they fucking said so before we even started bombing them. They said, hey, we're going to hit your bases. We're going to close the fucking strait if you do this. So you'd think, just fucking logically speaking here, I'm saying, you'd think you would have some sort of fucking plan in place in order to, again, mitigate against that. But can we at least agree that it's gotten us into a much worse position, and it's very stupid, and it looks very incompetent for them not to have thought about this? You know, like any war game, if me and you, I don't know you from a shithole in the fucking snow, but if we war game this specific instance out, I guarantee your first move would be, hey, how about that geopolitical fucking waterway that 70% of the fucking oil goes through? How would I control that? You know what I mean? I think you'd throw it out there.
I mean, I don't think that there's any contingency you could do to not have them close to string moves besides like completely removing Iran as a power, like giving them essentially no capability to
I guess
do
you could just not go to war with them.
that
would probably fucking work. We could just not have gone to fucking war with them.
Let me just have something.
We could have just not gone to fucking war with them because it didn't do a goddamn fucking thing for us, for them, for the entire world, for anyone. This hasn't done a goddamn fucking thing that is good for anyone. Not now, not in the future. You are literally just convincing yourself that this is fine because you want to convince yourself that it was okay that you voted for Donald Trump and you're supporting him because you need to tell yourself that somehow, some way, this is okay. And I get that. This is sunk cost fallacy in action, bro. Like, this is hardcore. You were, really, really, really trying hard to be like, there's no way I could have been wrong about this. You are so fucking wrong. And I mean that respectfully because you're very nice and this has been a very nice conversation. But Jesus Christ, man, this is a fucking terrible take. None of this is good for us, for them, for the world. Come on.
What can we agree on the legal? What about the legal aspects of this? Like, what are we engaged in right now? Go ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
I want to, because I just want to hear. I want to. What do you think? What I just said.
It's called a special military operation.
To what Matt said, not me.
I hear what you're saying. We're in the middle of it. Like, the crisis is ongoing.
It doesn't matter. There's nothing. There is no situation that will come out of this that will be better than where we started. Period. The end.
I think we're going to be better. I think we're going to be better. And
what will be better? What will be better? What will be better?
Iran is weak. Iran's weaker than they've ever
Iran
been.
is not weak. We literally just explained to you why it's not. It is literally in one of the best positions that it can be. Yes, they were bombed. Yes, their infrastructure is damaged. Yes, their military is a little depressed, but they hold the power. If they didn't hold the power, why did we extend the ceasefire?
Listen, they could have closed.
Why did we extend the ceasefire if they didn't hold the power? If they didn't hold the power, we would just go, all right, well, fuck you, and then we'd hit them, and then that would be it. But we're not doing that because we don't have the power. Trump literally was like, no, I don't think I'll extend the ceasefire. I'm not going to extend the ceasefire. I'm not going to extend the ceasefire. He literally then went ahead and did it because he has no fucking negotiating stance. He's got nothing. The art of the fucking deal, he is literally one of the worst fucking negotiators of all time. The fuck, dude? Come on. This is simple shit.
Listen, we're going to be in a better position at the end of this.
What
By
what
is the
metric?
better position?
By what metric?
is the better position?
The better position is that Iran is weaker, and ideally, we get some regime change or the placement of somebody who.
See, now he was at the point where he's just kind of like saying the mantras to kind of like self-soothe.
It almost sounded
we're
like
going to be in a
rage
better
bait,
spot
though.
at the end of this.
Like, it's tough to hear somebody that sounds relatively intelligent, right? By all metrics, able to have at least a typical, somewhat normal conversations comparatively to, some of the fucking schmucks that you get on here. But, like, I don't know, it just seems... Like, I'd kind of be curious. I don't know if you asked him before I got on here, like, where he got his news from, like, what's he's watching to get this shit, you know what I mean? But it probably would have been revealing.
Yeah, I mean, he sounds like he's
7.
He's in the class of like the neoconservative ideology, of like, Rubio, Cheney, Bush type stuff. And I mean, not Iran, man. No. Like there was a reason that Bush and Cheney and all of the John motherfucking Bolton didn't go into Iran when they could have. Like, I mean, John Bolton, for people that don't know just the depths of John Bolton and his love of just decapitating countries. Holy God, he's the mustache of doom.
Yeah,
and
who's the
he
evil
didn't go
bastard
into
that just
Iran.
died recently? That was like that too.
Rush Limbaugh?
No, I can never think of his name. Fucking worked in the U.S. government. Was responsible for tons of fucking. God, what was the fucking guy's name? I can never think of it. War criminal. Harry something? No, maybe not Harry something.
Henry Kissinger.
Yes, that motherfucker.
Yes.
You got
Yes.
him. Bro. You got him. Thank you, TV. Appreciate you in the chat there. So I just reminded me a similar aspect. But honestly, that was like a fun trip around the planet because we talked about, I think, almost every country trying to get his point around. But Ryan,
he would get back to a wall and then be like, okay, but let's reframe this from the using a different country as a reference where it's slightly different and better for my argument.
But Russia said,
and call it. Listen, if you're still listening. I just want like I said, I appreciate that you were respectful, but we've hit this point where it's just completely circular. You can't just keep saying, I think it's going to be better. I think Iran is weaker. There is no evidence to support that, and you can't really describe what you're talking about. You can't really explain to us and the 1,500 people that are watching this what you mean. Like, so unfortunately, that just couldn't do it anymore, man. Couldn't do it.
Well, it's not better for the Iranian people. I know that, right? To have the same basic regime in place, if not a more hard-lined, more militaristic one that's going to be there for a longer period of time, right? Probably going to continue their lash-outs and reprisals against people that are considered enemies of the state or what have you. So it's not going to be more beneficial for them, right? It's definitely not going to be us because we're unlikely to see gas go anywhere near what it was pre-war levels, even by the end of this year, depending on how long this continues. That gets pushed further and further in the future. So it's like, what's the metric that we're talking about here that's like going to be, basically it's all or nothing. He says that it's either a total and complete regime change to a democratic society or, somehow they're going to hang their hat on, the nuclear dust, I guess.
Brian, I'm bringing you back down. We're gonna read off a couple.
No,
of
I appreciate you, brother.
But real quick, hold on. Where are you gonna be on Thursday night? I'm gonna be at Fenway. So,
you bastard.
Yeah,
How about them Bruins tonight, huh?
I mean, I'd rather be watching them than the Sox right now, to be honest with you. So
the Bruins finally bounced back from their horrendous 2-0 fucking giveaway in the third period of the last game.
It's
so
embarrassing. It's just
good bounce back tonight. I think it was 4-1 if I'm not mistaken. 4-2. No, actually, they had to make it interesting. They had to make it interesting, but they did outplay them the entire night. But buddy, I appreciate you for having me. I'm sorry if I took up more time.
It was that was just a long call. But I was gonna say I just wanted to rub it in that I'm gonna be on Thursday night. So Anyways.
Yeah, no, yeah, I got that. Thanks for saying it again one more time.
But for real though, I gotta text you sometime. I gotta look at my tickets and see when maybe we can grab a game together or something like that. That'd be a lot of fun.
That would be fucking fantastic.
And then Brian and I will have a number of drinks together, and then we'll just like go live at some point in like the 5th inning. It'll be a disaster. It'll be great.
I was just at the House of Blues not that long ago. It's about the closest I've been to Fenway in a while, so it'd be good to get inside and see the wall again.
All right, we'll make it happen.
The monster.
Yeah, well, but I appreciate you coming up, friend.
Thanks, brother. Thank you, Nemo. Appreciate you, my man.
Yeah, man, that was good.
We'll talk
later,
to you
guys.
later.
Thanks, Chad.
Right.
Oh, and subscribe to the tubes of you.
Look right here.
Oh, you're the best, dude. Look at fucking you go. Holy shit.
I've had it up there for a little while. See, so
what a blind fucking bastard I am. My apologies.
No,
I do appreciate that.
No, it's all
Very
good. I've
kind
had it,
of
but
you.
if you guys haven't, do it for our friend and subscribe. We're all trying to build up over on the tube. So do it for our friend. Okay.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, you,
man.
Appreciate
We'll catch you later. W's for Brian. We appreciate that. I've got a number of things to read off. That was a while. I bet Nemo probably does too. Thank you to Zachy the Wolf Dragon on the Green app. You said Sweden has the scariest subs. Yeah. Thank you to our friend Oya, who was up before on the Blue app, who had mentioned if Russia attacked America in the middle of hockey season, playoffs would not only would those Maple Leaf hellspun make them regret it, the Geneva Conventions would turn into Geneva I don't give a fucks, kiss my maple ass circa World War II. And she also said, the world, quote, trench warfare is barbaric. Canada, anyway, they were the last ones still trench fighting World War II. Nazis were terrified that Canada wasn't taking prisoners, just collecting bodies like Pokemon. The Canadian, you don't fuck with the Canadians, okay? Just want to point that out. Thank you to Phil on the Blue app. We've also purged many top-level generals and admirals, completely upended our acquisition standards. The DRP 1 and 2 made us lose a lot of core knowledge in the Department of War. Absolutely. This Doge and the admin has crippled our security as well. We aren't the same Department of War as 2 years ago. Absolutely. Also, want to say over on the tubes, thank you to Stacy for the super chat. It says, I can appreciate a wicked Boston accent. We all can, Stacy. Thank you. And thank you to Justin for the super chat. Said, dude has no idea what's going on. This shit is crazy to hear him talk. Yeah, it was definitely an interesting one. So, Nemo, do you have some? I hope so. I think some.
I've got one.
Oh.
Thank you, Anna, for the Venmo. You said, "Glory to Ukraine." Wow, I cannot read. Let's try that one more time. Glory to Ukraine and glory to the heroes of Ukraine. Did you see the modern drone warfare Ukraine has developed? Leaders in modern warfare. Thank you for your knowledge and support of Ukraine. Love you and Matt. Yes. So Ukraine has actually been it's one of those ironic things that Ukraine has been saving our ass in that region in Iran because of the developments that they made, the advancements that they've come up with, these little innovations that they've made when it comes to drone warfare, because Iran is so heavily stocked with drones. So we're actually benefiting in that region because of Ukraine. And it's just one of those things where as much as the right wing just wanted to sell Ukraine down the river and just cut them loose, they're the ones that are saving our ass. I mean, this is the same administration that tried to belittle and shame Zelensky a year ago on the world stage in the Oval Office and say, did you ever say thank you? Are you grateful? Like, tried to scold him in front of the world. And
for not wearing a suit,
the same Zelensky, the same country is now saving our ass when it comes to drone warfare, because that's what friends do. And I mean, that's class. Like, that is class. So yeah, Slava Ukraine.
Nemo, I think I hope, and I think that Zelensky is. I think he's looking ahead. I think he's looking forward. I hope. I think and hope that's what's happening. But anyways, thank you for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
How old are you and what state are you in?
I'm 40, Massachusetts.
Okay. Why do you still support Donald Trump?
I mean, I like the idea of the strength he portrays.
You support Donald Trump because you like the idea of the strength he portrays.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a weak president like Biden was.
What made Biden a weak president?
I mean, you saw Russia attack Ukraine, right? Why didn't that happen under Trump's first term? Why did that happen under Democratic
was happening
president?
under Trump's term.
It did. It was.
It was happening under Trump's term.
It didn't, though.
Yeah.
When did they invade?
Donald Trump bragged. So they annexed Crimea in 2014. The fighting in the Donbass kicked off in roughly 2016-ish and continued all the way up into 2022. Donald Trump bragged about sending. Are you listening, or are you just trying to score points?
Continue.
Okay. So Donald Trump, at multiple points in his first term, bragged about the fact that he was sending javelins and other munitions to Ukraine. If they weren't fighting, then why were we sending them munitions?
You'd have to ask Obama why they annexed it under his presidency. We were supporting them, weren't we? Budapest Memorandum.
Are you're dodging the fact that the fighting was going on during Trump's term?
Because of Obama, and again, the weakness of Democrats.
Okay, you can blame Obama if you want, but the fighting was still going on. So if Donald Trump is such the strong
when did the
figure,
fighting start?
Again, you can blame Obama if you want. The fighting continued under Donald Trump.
Your point?
If he's such a strong, imposing figure, then the fighting should have stopped, but it didn't.
Well,
and I mean, you want to point to Biden as an example of weakness because Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, not to mention all the different geopolitical reasons for that. I'm sorry, what? I can tell that you're really just trying to score points. What'd you say, dude?
I said the coattails of Obama's presidency. That's why Trump couldn't stop it.
Okay, I mean, you want to talk about coattails, like you're going to point to Joe Biden.
Fault.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to try this one more time. So you want to point to Biden as an example of weakness because Russia invaded Ukraine, and yet Donald Trump was the one that rolled out the red carpet for that motherfucker on American soil.
He couldn't handle that conversation. He hung up. I didn't.
Yeah, it's because he's a pussy.
Yup. That was a terrible argument caller. Also, I'm embarrassed that you're calling from Massachusetts. Can you move somewhere else, please? That'd be great. I don't know, guys. Maybe we'll try to take one. If there's one more, we get one more call. Could do one more. Otherwise, I don't know. Maybe we should wrap things up for the night. Yes, they can all move to red states. So,
speaking of red states, so I feel like I need to like contact John Ossoff's office and just be like, I'm an unofficial staffer at this point. I'm just giving you free advertising, just the amount of stuff that I've said about John Ossoff, like how much of a fan I am. So recently, he was giving a nice little speech. Let's see if I can find. Wait for it. Give me a minute.
Guys, while we're waiting While we're waiting for Nemo to do that, can you do me a couple of favors? Please make sure that over on the tube, you're subscribed to me and to Nemo. You can find Nemo's right down here in the description. Over here on the tube, on TikTok, make sure that you are following me and Nemo. You're following my backup account, which happens to be right here. Nemo has like a bazillion backup accounts, so just click through and follow all of his. If you'd like to offer us additional support over on the tube, you can find links to our link trees down in the description. Over here on Tiki Talks, you can find them in our bios. Yeah, come on and you know, do all that fun stuff. So we appreciate it. It'll be great. So good times.
Okay, finally found it. So I'm gonna have to scrub through because it was part of this creator's video. Keith Edwards, solid creator, by the way, on the tube. Recommend. So yeah, this is him just kind of
fucking
talking.
amazing job spelling out who Donald Trump really is. I think what he said here is true, and I got some clips from the Bronx. Very better.
Did you hear what this man said 2 weeks ago? Quote, "It's not possible," the president said, "for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, or Medicare." He said we can only afford to fund war. Then released a budget demanding $1.5 trillion for the Pentagon next year alone, paid for by ending utility assistance for families, canceling affordable housing programs, and cutting cancer research, all to fund a huge increase for the military-industrial complex. Because draft-dodging Donald loves sending other people's children to war.
Nemo.
2 weeks into this
Nemo,
war.
I think you gotta stop playing it.
Okay.
I just got a. I just got a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've never gotten that before, and then it wouldn't even let me appeal it. So.
Well, that's annoying.
That is really fucking annoying. I don't know why. I'll show you a picture of what they sent me. But that was really fucking weird.
I'm assuming it was unoriginal content. I've heard that before.
It was. No, it was the same thing. We might. Yeah, I think we're gonna need to wrap up. I don't want to catch anything because of what happened yesterday. So, maybe let's. But yeah, finish what you were saying. I just don't want to. I don't want to.
Yeah. I mean, so the simple version is John Ossoff's being presidential as fuck. Just type in John Ossoff Augusta, and you can watch the whole thing. There are clips out there of it, and dude, he's absolutely going to be a heavyweight in the presidential race. All that he has to do, the one thing he has to do between now and 2028 is win re-election for his Senate seat. As long as he wins the Senate seat again, he's going to be one of the front runners. I'm saying it now. I was saying that he was going to be the VP pick, but I think he may actually be the presidential pick.
I don't blame you. Also, Nemo, you should post that up in the Discord, so that people can check it out. If you're not already in the Discord, you should join up. You can find a link in Nemo's link tree and in mine. Keegan's friend, I'm sorry. I was thinking maybe we would take one more, but
sad. Now you're gonna get banned.
Don't say the words out loud. Now don't put it out there. If we do, I'll blame you. But I think that was a weird one. So I think we should wrap it up, and we should go raid somebody. And let's see. We have Joey. We have God of Logic. I don't know. We could go to Joey again, I guess.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, back to Joey. We do like Joey, guys. Tomorrow night. Oh, wait, Nemo. Wait, before we go, someone said to check the Blue app.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Anna. Again, you said unacceptable that Nemo only had one gift during the entire conversation. Nemo, you deserve more. Well, thank you for that. Anna, appreciate that.
That's what I was saying. I was expecting a couple more. So it's actually it's under Joey underscore does it. It's like just like that. Just FYI for anyone. They're just like that. Tell the Nemo when I sent you. Keegan, has been a delight having you up on the panel. Thank you.
Shut up,
friend. We'll have you. We'll have you up another time. Don't you know?
What if I started going live again? What then?
Then fucking great. I'll come and hang out on your panel sometime. Thank you to our other friends who popped in with us tonight too. Thank you to Brian. Please make sure you're following Brian over on the tube, and our friend Oya. Glad that you popped up too. We appreciate all you guys, and all right, tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Eastern time, Nemo and I will be excited to see you again. Let's go hang with